Hold on. Welcome, everyone. I am so excited to have each and every one of you here. This has been in my heart for the last at least 2 years because I see the importance of corporate clubs and the difference that stewarding corporate clubs well can make. And so your attendance today really means a lot because you will be able to impact your districts. And that's what I love to see, is that we have a number of different districts represented here for this Corporate Club Summit. I did put the agenda in the chat as well as the handouts. One of the things I am so excited about today is that we have the privilege and the honor of having District 6. Really, I call her the queen of corporate clubs in so many ways, that she is just a wealth of knowledge in her understanding of corporate clubs and how to steward them well. Without further ado, Pat Johnson joined Toastmasters International in 1983 in a rural northern Manitoba, Canada. During her 4 decades of continuous learning and membership in Toastmasters, she has spoken in a long list of countries around the world as a keynote speaker and educator. She served as District 21's Distinguished District Governor 2001 to 2002, International Director from 2004 to 2006, International President of Toastmasters International 2010 to 2011, Learning Master Manager for the curriculum design of our Pathways program, Toastmasters Presidential Citation Award recipient, Region 10 and 2 Advisors 2020 to 2022. She wrote and published Building and Sustaining Vibrant and Sustainable Toastmasters Programs in Corporations, and is currently chairing the International Discipline Committee for the 2023-2024 Toastmasters year. At the International Convention in Chicago, Illinois in 2018, Pat launched her handbook, A Handbook for Building and Sustaining Vibrant Toastmasters Programs and Corporations, which is available for sale in the Toastmasters International website. The writing of this book was the result of her passion for both corporate and government environments and the Toastmasters program. She continues to be a strong advocate wherever and whenever possible for the practice and discipline of building sustainable corporate programs that support Toastmasters International, our members, our district, as well as our corporate partners. Today, we will explore the various aspects of corporate Toastmasters from the perspective of preparation, formation, and sustainability. Please welcome past International President, Distinguished Toastmaster Pat Johnson, as we engage in this explorative session.
Thank you so much, District 6 Director Colleen Marie. I acknowledge my fellow past president, Lark Doley, in attendance. Thank you so much for the gift of your time. And to each one of you as leaders in your own right, whether it's within a district team or a region advisor, perhaps working as an area director, a division director, or maybe on club extension retention, or perhaps you're here because you're a curious club member. All of you are most welcome. Some things to get started with and how I hope to see the day go, just in terms of housekeeping. First of all, we talked about the handout, and it's certainly there for you so that you'll have a record of what we talk about, and it'll hopefully save your hands and your fingers to some degree as we fill in the blanks. And what I know is that when I write things, whether it's online or typing it, or whether it's writing it by hand, that I tend to remember it better. So hopefully that'll support your learning. Take notes. I've provided a bit of space to add extra notes, and keep track of questions. Put them in the chat so we can stop every once in a while and deal with any questions. Also, I'll watch for raised hands. So if you raise your hand either, well, preferably electronically, if you can raise it using your toolbar, then you'll come to the top of my screen and I'll be able to see. So interrupt by raising your hand and we'll deal with those questions immediately. When we were putting this together, Colleen, Maria, and I, we went back and forth on timing a lot. But what we've decided is that we've got a maximum number of minutes that we can spend on each segment. But if we're finished and all the questions have been answered and people are exhausted with this section, then we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll move on to the next segment because we do want to give people a break. And we don't want to just fill the time, but we want to make sure that we're answering your questions thoroughly and allowing you to have a good discussion. I want you to imagine, if you can remember this far back, what it was like to be in a live training program, which we had originally hoped that this would be, but it's not. And so we wanted to make that experience as close to that as possible, so we can have that dialogue back and forth. And perhaps Jean shares something, and maybe Maria has a different opinion and shares it, and maybe Karen's got something to add. So I invite you all to raise your hands and pop things in the chat so we can cover it and make it as interactive as possible. There's no status in this group. Okay, Lark's going to contribute. If you don't agree with Lark, Lark is fine. I know Lark is fine with you saying, hey, I've got a different opinion on that. And same with me. I learn every time I talk about corporate programs because people have more to share. And I think that that's one of the reasons I keep doing this, is because I keep learning and loving it because of that. So that's in terms of questions, answers, chat, being interactive. The other thing is not to worry about the timing, because Nancy's going to look after the timing and keep us on track. And so I think we'll get started. And a couple of things I want to say about myself in terms of where I came from. And this was mentioned briefly in my introduction. In my professional world, I had the corner office. I was responsible in the corporate world for training and development, for all the professional development of our employees within the corporation. My team built or bought all the training, technical training, personal development training, leadership training, soft skill training. We bought or built all of that training for our corporate people. And we had training needs assessments, which we did across our corporation, which was every year we sent out to managers, supervisors, and employees saying, here are the things that what things do your employees need to successfully do their job and continue to be engaged fully in our corporation. And so then we would get that back and need to address it with our training criteria. So that's where I came from in this. As I sat in that office, I looked at the demand, and it was a demand to actually meet the needs for communication skills, for writing skills, for presentation skills, for confidence. People couldn't give feedback. People wouldn't take progressive improvement, or not improvement, but advancement in their chosen career, because they would have to supervise people. And most every time we talked to those people of why they didn't want to supervise people is they didn't want to manage their performance. And so when I tore that down and pulled that apart, what that told me was they didn't want to give bad news. They didn't want to provide feedback. And I'm sitting there going, we do that every week in Toastmasters. Not that it's bad news, but really, when we change our attitude to that and we put that on its head, it's really supporting somebody to be better. And we have that attitude in Toastmasters. We're trained for that attitude. And so I thought, what if we brought that to the workplace? And yet I saw lots of barriers for Toastmasters coming into the corporate environment and thriving. And part of that was that as I was reporting to the CEO of what we delivered, what the changes were that were happening with our employees and the growth and how they were showing up, was all my responsibility. And what I realized that when Toastmasters, for the most part, came into the corporations, they were shuffled off to the side. They were meeting in a boardroom after work, and we didn't hear anything about them. I had no way of knowing who was attending, if we were paying, were they attending, were they actually working the program? There was no accountability. And I, as the person responsible to the CEO for the money and the time of my employees, couldn't hold them accountable because Toastmasters just went off and did their own thing. And so what I started thinking was, what if, and I live a lot in what if we took the curriculum of Toastmasters, which is all encapsulated nicely, and we plunked it into all the systems that we already had in the corporate world, all the training calendars, the training learning management system that tracked training, tracked people's attendance, tracked the money that we spent on them. What if we put the training into the structures that already worked in the corporation? What if Toastmasters didn't create their own processes inside our corporation, that they used ours, that we partnered? And the more I thought of that, then the more I got passionate about bringing these two entities together so that we could sustain this program. Because what I knew was that there were programs in the corporate world that I was responsible for and my team that we flipped over year after year after year because people got to know that they were there and knew that they met their training needs. So that's where I'm coming from as I present all of this material today. So keep that in mind. It's a paradigm shift for those of us that are in community clubs, perhaps haven't been exposed to the corporate environment, and maybe it'll come easily to you. I know even though I worked in that field, when I talked about Toastmasters, it took me a while to get rid of calling it a club and members and all of those terms, but I'll also introduce you to some of those. So the first section today is going to be about the preparation. And the second section we're going to go into is more that formation and the partnership and all the things to think about that once we get it started. And then the third section is going to be about the things that we need to make sure that are there and in place to sustain it. And I will say that you will find when we get to the sustainability, there is overlap with some of the things we do in formation and the things that we do in preparation. Because if we prepare correctly, if we set it up correctly, and correctly is by my definition, perhaps not yours, because that's a judgment. But if we set it up the way I know that I've set it up and had it sustained over a long period of time. So the first time I ever did this model in a corporate environment was I got called in by a tech company, and they basically were technical experts, and they ran projects all across the corporate and the government environment. They provided project managers, code writers, all those things to run great big projects. And the vice president said to me, we need Toastmasters. And I said, well, can we put it in your corporation? He said, yes, we can. And so we sat down with HR right away. We figured out how it would work in HR. I didn't have the model in my head at that time, but we worked it out and they integrated it. That club, that Toastmasters program in that organization lasted over 20 years, and it was no maintenance at all. It just perked along every year. They showed up for training. They showed up and supported area and division events. They made Distinguished Club each year or better. They had a full complement of attendees. They managed the enrollment. And I thought, my gosh, we've created the model. We've created my dream. And so what I share with you today is based on how that worked and actually overcame some of the barriers that I believe and have observed that corporate Toastmaster clubs actually experience. So let's get started, because I want to talk about mindset. And this is really important for me. Every time I go to work with a corporate club or a corporate, go in to visit a corporation about setting up a corporate program for Toastmasters, there's a number of things I have to do for me. And the first thing you'll see is begin as you, and many of you have heard me say this before, begin as you intend to continue. Begin as you intend to continue. In other words, don't get going down a street and getting them do something and go, oh, maybe we should do it. That is very confusing. So you want to get your whole plan together. You want to get it figured out. You want to get your team. You want to get your materials. You've got to do a lot of preparation before you go in. It's not a matter of putting on your suit and walking into that. You've got to figure out what the parameters are, what you're going to ask for, what kind of questions you're going to ask them. You must be prepared. You are the representative, the official representative of Toastmasters International and this program. Now, how many of you, raise your hand, how many of you have gone in and had a corporate call not work and not result in a club? Anybody here had that experience? Okay, some of you I see raising your hand. Great. Good, good. Me too. First of all, I've gone in and oversold. I talked too much. And now I know you can't believe that. But I didn't give them enough time. I didn't ask them enough questions. I didn't engage with them enough. And I never got back in. I tried 6 months later to get back in and they were too busy. So we need to be prepared. We need to do some practice ahead of time and we have to have our ducks in a row. So begin as you intend to continue. Any comments on that? Anything that comes up or questions? Okay. An important way of being as a Toastmaster representative is, what do you think? What do you think is important? How do you want to be when you go in to represent Toastmasters? What would you say would be a fill in the blank here? Nick, were you just scratching or indicating you had an answer? Oh, okay, good for you. Anybody want a professional? Okay, thanks, Jean, for putting that in the chat. You absolutely want to be professional. Prepared, yes, Colleen Marie, thank you. I'm going to suggest, oh, here we are, knowledgeable. Oh, these are all fantastic. Nancy, an active listener. Yes, yes, yes. You want to be all of these. Fantastic. What the word I used is curious. You do not need to know all the answers. You will never know all the answers. Yes, a good listener. Thanks, Dan. You have to be curious and then be a good listener. Yes. Ask them lots of questions about how their organization works, because we're going to partner with them. We're not going to say, it's okay, Toastmasters will look after everything. How many of you have said that before? It's okay, we'll do it all. Yes, Mary. I'm in that camp also. I used to say, it's okay, don't worry, we'll look after it all. Not anymore, because that way they go like this, okay, you were done. And then they abandon us. And if we're going to be sustainable and strong, we have to partner. We have to be interdependent on one another for the success of this club, for the success of their training. So be curious and be open, be that good listener. We need to deal with, now let's look at this. Who have you normally dealt with when you went to a corporate call? If any of you have gone, well, when you've gone, because I know several of you have. Who do you normally talk to? Any HR? Okay, David's talked to HR. That's a good place to start. Yes, absolutely. The decision maker, whoever that might be. Jean, thank you. You do. Officers, Maria, thank you. And Yvonne, Labor Union. Okay, executive sponsor for the club. Okay, if you know who that is, Colleen Marie, thank you. Yes, you want to talk to the corporation. You want to deal with the corporation, not employees. Watch this. If Jack comes to you and says, hey, I work for Pepsi Cola, we could use a Toastmaster Club. I'd like to create it. My word to you, unless Jack is an officer, a high level in that corporation, ask Jack to introduce you to HR or the Learning and Development Department. Do not, this is just my opinion, do not go with Jack to create the Toastmaster Club because Jack has no authority. You're not going to partner with that corporation based on Jack's word. They're going to go, who's Jack telling us what to do? That's what I did in my office. I'm going, what's Jack doing telling me how to do my business? Bring this person in. If this is so wonderful, bring them in, get them into my office. I want to hear. Because remember, the corner office, that learning and development or HR department is the people responsible for that program and the results. So they don't want Jack doing it. If Jack's doing it, it'll often be put in the back room or after hours or down in the boardroom that they give you, and then they forget that you exist. Now you've got no relationship again. Remember, interactive and interdependent. Dan said, I went to the deputy minister and she put down to the ADM, as assistant deputy minister, HR, and she put down to one of the directors. How do you avoid this? Interesting question. Thank you. How did you deal with it, Dan?
I knew the deputy minister. I'd worked with her before, so, and she's a nice person. She said, well, okay, well, you better talk to HR, which is sort of what you're saying. And then I didn't know the HR person, and she was just happy to say, well, go talk to one of my people. So it was a leader. She was in charge of training or leadership or something, and it was successful, but it never got up again.
Yes.
Never rose up to the top again.
Yeah, and it doesn't always have to, as long as they have the authority to integrate it so that it, it's where it stops. So for example, in the corporations where I worked, I was the assistant deputy or not assistant deputy, but a distant assistant director and director for learning and development. And that's where all our learning and development went. So it depends. Sometimes titles don't mean a lot. It's where you get to the level of that person being able to make this interdependent relationship. And in our corporation, it would have been pushed down to me because I had the budget for training for the corporation. I had the responsibility and the accountability, and all the data went through my team. So don't get disrupted or discouraged if you're pushed down, seemingly pushed down, because they might be trying to get you to the right level. They, in fact, might then have to go back and talk to that deputy minister to make sure that there's funding, or maybe HR, depending on how the funding happens. But we often don't know those things. So I would be curious if that happened to me. I'd say, oh, so why am I? Go back to curious. Oh, so how is this going to work then? What can these people do? Are these people the decision makers? Why am I being referred to the director? So again, that's what I would do. I don't try to fix things. I try to go with their flow and to understand them, because then I'm understanding the inner workings of their organization. Yeah. Let me just check here. Karen says, what do you do if you see an existing corporate club that's lost its connection with the company? Oh, I love this question. I would resell it. I would go back and connect with the club. First of all, I would go in and talk to it, because it may never have been connected. It may never have been connected. So you want to resell it. I would first of all talk to the leaders in the program, whoever the executive might be, and see if they've got some connection. I'd try to find historical, how it was built. And then if it's not, or was never connected or built interdependently with a corporation, I would go back and I would say, hey, to some of the members, where would we talk to in the organization in order for us to build a partnership so it could be more integrated? And now that's going to unfold and come apart in different ways, because it'll change the way the members come to the Toastmasters program. It'll also change the accountability of them to show up and work the program, but it'll also take the responsibility away from them for making sure that there's a minimum of 20 people in the program, because that'll now become the responsibility of the sponsoring corporation. They fill the programs. When I was in that corner office, I and my team were responsible to make sure that all our programs were full. Our employees they didn't walk around going, hey, I want to take project management next month and we don't have enough enrollment. Why don't you come with me? They didn't do that. That wasn't their job. That was my job, my team's job to do that. So it's a paradigm shift for us Toastmasters that are used to recruiting, that, yeah, you're going to you may be called upon to perform or do some roles in the corporation. You might talk to your friend about the benefits you're getting from it in a casual conversation, but you're not out filling the classes. So different. So does that help, Karen, in terms of, and we'll look at this maybe in more detail, but does that help right now?
It does. So I'm currently a club president in a corporate club, and I'm trying to figure out how we have some connection, but it's a very loose connection. I'm trying to figure out how to reestablish that.
Yeah. When we get into the process of formation, the process would be the same thing you would do in what I call resetting your Toastmaster club into a corporate program. And so when we get to that, we'll talk about a lot of the steps and the details. And then if you have more questions of how that would work for you, we can go into detail. Okay. Super. And thanks for bringing that up, because I think that's happens for a lot of people going, how do we get our club reset or established? Yes. Mary, I met with a VP who was willing to meet, and with her help, I got a meeting with the decision maker. Yes. In this case, we needed a policy change before a Toastmaster club could meet on premise. Yes, absolutely. So there's lots of things. Again, be curious. As soon as you're in that initial meeting, you want to be curious and talk about, are there any barriers? For example, our curriculum's online. There are lots of firewalls that have to be removed. There have to be exceptions made in the organization for employees to access the curriculum because it's online. Or do they make a kiosk available? Or do they say, oh, no, my employees have to access it at home? We want to find that out up front, because that's our product. And if they're blocked, we need to know that. So that's a great share, Mary. Thank you for that. So the fourth dot on here says, if you're supporting this club, act, think, and dress like the corporate culture. So it used to be that people would say, oh, you got to put your best suit and tie on, or your best suit, or you've got to wear high heels, or you've got to wear flats, or we used to think, oh, you've got to be this professional. There are lots of workplaces now when it is more acceptable if you're casually dressed. So you need to have a little bit of sense. Remember, this is a caveat, that you do represent Toastmasters International. So you must look neat and clean and tidy and professional, absolutely. But I would not, I might dress down a little bit if I was going to, for example, Amazon. Just pick a random one, okay? Because they're going to work and they're dressed in Crocs and blue jeans and t-shirts. So there's a happy medium there. So you have to figure it out, but do what helps you feel good and that you would represent Toastmasters appropriately. Yes, David.
So I just have a question about how would you determine that? Would you do the research online? Would you talk to someone within the corporation? How would you determine the best corporate culture dress code?
Well, the first thing I do is I if I know anybody in that, I check to see what their environment's like, what their culture's like, and then I may see, I might just not wear the jacket to my suit. I might still wear my suit pants or my suit skirt and my blouse or sweater, but I wouldn't wear the jacket. Just so I wouldn't go real cash. I wouldn't show up in blue jeans and a t-shirt. Well, you wouldn't find me in that period because that's not my closet. But
Same.
but you still represent Toastmasters. And remember, Toastmasters, even when we come to our convention, I always use convention, international conventions, as my guideline for lots of things. I look at the dress code. It's business casual. Men have to have a collar on their shirts. So I go, no t-shirts, no jeans, no cutoffs, no flip-flops, no sandals. Like, you're representing an international organization. So be appropriate. Yeah. Dan.
I was going to say it can work the other way as well. I live in Edmonton's over 1 million people. I went down to Red Deer, which is only about 70,000 or something, 80,000. And we were going to meet with a Masons group, Masonic temple, Masonic temple. And
yes,
so I took off my jacket and my tie and put on something casual. I went with 2 other women. Well, Masonic the Masons are just men, and they all dress with the suit and tie for their meetings. How do you think we did?
yeah. Yes.
So you got to really check it out. I'd just go on the net and Google the company and see what kind of pictures you got.
Yeah, it just depends on. Sometimes you can't get anything online about them, but you can sleuth around, and if not, just think: do I represent Toastmasters? Am I professional? And if you dress up and you have a suit on, you can always take the jacket off once you get in the door, and you go, nobody else is in a jacket. If the decision maker you're meeting with doesn't have a jacket on, take it off. Politicians do this all the time. It sounds trivial, folks, but it's not, because what we want to do is build trust. And how do we build trust fastest? Is with people that we identify with. And that's why politicians, they take their jackets off, roll up their sleeves, they're the working class. We see it all the time. And so be smart about it and just be conscious of it. Don't get all wrapped up about it, but just be aware. We want to make sure, the next line is to make sure that we value highly what? What do we have to really value? We have to really value our product. And I'll tell you what I hear creep into people's language here. Well, we kind of help people. We have a little meeting every week, and we use diminutive language all the time. Do you realize the number, like millions of people have gone through this program in 100 years? We've been in business for 100 years training people on skill development. Where can you find another company that's done that? On a not-for-profit model, even. Like, we're champions. There's nobody out there that can touch us. Be proud. We're representatives of this product, or we're a product of this program. Be proud of that. Watch your diminutive language. People say, well, it doesn't take much time. I say, will you get as much out of it as you put into it? People say, oh, it's easy. I go, it gives you great value. You can build your skills. You could change the course of your career, the course of your life. You can change your leadership trajectory if you want to. Just what your diminutive language is what this is about. Value the product. We give people the opportunity to start at a club level as a member or a participant to build their skills and confidence and self-esteem that will build their careers, change their involvement in their community, their family. And ultimately, these people can end up like Lark Dohle and be a president of an international organization. They can be like some of the rest of you and sit on an international board. You're running a statewide organization, education organization. There are people that would give their bank account for that opportunity, value it. We give people an opportunity to stand on a world stage. That is priceless. So be proud and look around. Don't downplay it. Be very proud and value highly our product and the Toastmasters culture as well. So what does a corporation actually want from Toastmasters? They want education and they want training for their employees. That's what they want. Plain and simple. They don't want to hear your life story. They don't want to hear your success story or how it changed your life or how we're all best friends or we're like just like a family. They're going to go, oh my goodness, get out of here. Not buying that in my corporation. That doesn't fit our core values. So be sensitive and watch again the language that we use. We're partners. Don't be desperate when you make these calls. Anybody ever gone on a date with somebody who was desperate to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Now, some of you have to think way back. You ran from those people. Don't be desperate. When you go into a place, a sales place, and they run to you, can I help you? What do you want? Let me find it. I'm going, go away. Don't be that salesperson. Don't be that representative of Toastmasters where everybody go away, go away, leave me alone. I'll come and find you if I want anything. So we want to be partners. Don't be desperate. Don't be desperate. We are not desperate. We will be fine without them. See, if we convince them and talk them into joining us, they'll quit early because they'll do it to make us happy or to get rid of us, but they won't sustain it. I mean, chances are they might find the value in it and stay, but let them partner with us. Remember, interdependence. We want to create that interdependent relationship. So we want, as a coach, I say, we, meaning Toastmasters, can't want it more than they do. We can't want it more than they do. We can't push it and say, oh, this will change your life. We can tell them the benefits. Let them make that decision. They're adults. They're running. They're the professionals. They're running their organization. They know what will fit. And they will turn around and say, hey, we've got this. How would this actually work? And then you have an engagement. Now you start to get them coming together. When they start asking you questions, oh, we do it this way. Could this work? And my answer always is when they say, could this work? I say, we can make it work. Because what I know is their organization already has processes that work for them. And we're just bringing a package of curriculum. So we're just going to, I say, push and play. That's basically what they need to do with our curriculum, is they just need to push and play. So remember that we can't want it more than them. Never apologize. Now, this is another stumbling block and some of the diminutive language we have in preparation. Never apologize for the time that it's going to take, nor the money. Don't ever apologize. I hear this happen on so many calls. They say, well, it's seen to be expensive to start with. Corporations are going, that's not expensive, sweetheart. Do you realize that they pay $10,000 for somebody to go to a weekend event? They could send a lot of people to Toastmasters for $10,000 and they just go, oh, we'll send them, So it's a paradigm shift when we're looking at corporate community people making complain that we got a $10 increase in our tuition. But corporates are different. If they've got training money, they're looking at spending their training money. And if they can train 25 or 30 people for that money, they'll be happy to do it as long as it meets their training needs. So never apologize for time and money. And we'll talk about that as we go on. Keep your personal stories out of the discussions. Why? Why do you think this is important? I'll tell you what, they don't care. They don't care, and you're wasting valuable time with them. You might only have 20 minutes or half an hour with these people. Do not start telling them how you met your best friend or you met your partner, or Toastmasters changed your life from sitting in the backseat of a car crying to now out on the stage. They don't care. They want to know, how does this meet the needs of my employees? So really important. Watch your words to ensure that there's a positive attitude in what you're saying. And this harkens back to those diminutive words. Be positive. Make sure that you've got your attitude right, because, you know, you open your mouth and out comes your innermost thoughts and your feelings and your attitudes. So watch that, and watch your positive attitude. Have confidence as well in yourself and your ability to answer their questions, because you'll know the answers. And if you don't, you can say, hey, I'll look that up and I'll get back to you, which is a great connection to when you leave. Say, would it work for me to get back to you on Tuesday at 3? Should we touch base? Do you want to text? Can I call? What would work? So don't give it to them. You take that away. So keep your personal stories out. Watch for that positive attitude. Share. What are you going to share with the corporate representatives when you're meeting with them? What are they going to buy? Any salespeople in the group? They're going to buy results. They're going to buy benefits. That's why when you see advertising, if you buy this, you will be all of these fabulous things after. If you buy this specific clothing item, you will be the most attractive person that anybody's ever seen. People will gravitate to you, right? Well, we want to share the benefits of the program with them. So here's the things that we deliver, and those transferable skills, which we'll talk about later. Yeah, good. Just checking in, Colleen Marie said, personal stories are subjective. Meeting needs of employees is more objective. Yes, thank you, Colleen. Yeah, it's subjective. So I'm better now than I was then. They're going, well, what were you? Yeah. Connect the benefits of Toastmasters with organizational needs, for sure. Yes, absolutely. So they will do that also. And then you can have dialogue with them. Handle their objections. Don't be afraid. I see people absolutely terrified that they're going to say, well, I'm not sure we've got that, we could do this during work hours. I say, well, how do you do your other training? I don't give them a solution. I ask them a question. How do you do your other training? Because what I know is the majority of them, the vast majority of them, do not send their employees home to do their training for work. They do it during work hours. And I want them to tell me. I don't want to tell them that, but I want them to tell us that, yeah, we do that during work hours. And then if they say, but this is different, I'll say, tell me how this is different. I don't say, oh, but this is different. I want them to explain to me how it's different, because then I'll say, okay, so communication is not required. There's no need for communication, no listening, thinking, speaking skills in your, how about morale? How about meeting management? How about accountability? How about setting goals and working to goals? None of that is. So that's the stuff that we know, right? So get them to tell you how it doesn't meet. So handling their objections, how to be factual and informal and informed. Just respond to them, engage with them. Don't have something memorized or be all uptight about it. As soon as they start asking you questions, that's a very good sign. You just want to get in there, get in the moment and have conversation with them. Because they want a connection. They want to build trust with you because they're going to give you some money and they're going to give you a lot of time. So this is building the relationship. Make sure that you engage with them. Ensure your knowledge of the programs in Toastmasters, the processes in Toastmasters, the policies in Toastmasters, and the protocol. So you've got programs, processes, policy, and protocol. Because they're going to say, well, tell me, some of them will say, tell me about your curriculum. You want to be able to explain the program to some degree, not way down into the weeds, but some high level. Oh, we have paths and people work through projects. The projects have the learning objectives. They have the criteria for evaluation attached in them. There's tutorials online that support people, examples, all the materials there to support them. Processes might be relevant to this discussion, might be how they're actually going to pay the fees and how they're going to get connected and build that interdependent relationship with Toastmasters International. So you gain membership in a worldwide organization. That means you have to correspond with them. When we have achievements in the program, we send it to Toastmasters because there's global recognition. Your Toastmasters program will be recognized in Toastmasters International. So you're joining this. So that's processes that I'm talking about, or processes, depending on where you're from. Policies, be really clear that we have to have a minimum of 20 members at all times. Now, that is an actual requirement in Toastmasters, and we must deliver presentations every meeting or every event that we have, and we must have oral evaluations. So it's not that they can drop that and just do table topics. Now you're not a Toastmaster club. You're not meeting the basic requirements. At least 20 members or participants, formal presentations and oral evaluations to be a Toastmaster club or to be a Toastmaster program in the corporation. So they have to know the rules. So we have to know the rules to let them know that up front. And then protocols. It's like, well, you've got all this support mechanism around you. It might be that you participate at area and division, that you're going to have an area director visit you, that you may have a corporate liaison person from the district that's going to support you and be there. You're going to need to report things out to World Headquarters. You're going to get, a number of things. We're going to deal with all the administration, which can be classified under protocol, perhaps. So all those things, and we'll talk more about those. And then be prepared to ask lots of questions. And why is this? Why would we ask them lots of questions? What would be your purpose of doing that? To better understand their needs, okay, gain information to ensure alignment, yeah, to lean in, to understand. Thanks, Jean, thanks, Nancy, and Maria, absolutely. David, to find out more about the corporation, how Toastmasters can help them, yeah. Jessica, to get them to own it, absolutely. All those things, those are the reasons. We want to make sure that they're good partners for us. We want to qualify them to some degree. If we're sitting there with them, there are places that I've been in and I'm going, this corporation would be a pain in the butt to maintain. They don't have a learning culture. They're kind of, well, we could try it. And I'm more likely to go, well, give it some thought. Let me follow up with you in a couple of weeks and see what you think. I'm not pulling them over the line. If they're hesitant, they will drag their feet in all likeliness. So I want them to have some time. we can't be desperate. So make sure that they're a good match or a prospect for partnering and being interdependent with us. Okay. So when some of the decisions, before we transition, because I'm going to do that now into basic qualifications, any questions or comments on that section?
I have
Nope.
a question.
Yeah. Yes,
You
Jessica.
had talked about selling the value. I'm over here searching toastmasters.org, trying to find if there's any like data about specifically corporate clubs. I'm finding lots of general statements, but not specific data. Do you know if there's specific data for the success of corporate clubs? Like what they
I'm sorry, I interrupted and I
sorry,
cut your
like
last
actual
statement off.
stats on like X% of employees saw growth or like things like that. I see general stats and I see general statements about corporate clubs, but I don't see statistics for corporate clubs specifically.
I haven't seen that. Lark, are you familiar with any?
No, I'm not. That's an excellent question. And I think that's a great question for us to pose to Toastmasters World Headquarters. There is a corporate brochure, and I would have to look at that corporate brochure and see if there's any stats. I mean, they certainly mention the corporations, and they do that on the corporate website page. But no, I think that's an excellent comment.
Yeah.
Oh,
David? Oh,
Yeah,
Sorry.
I just have a comment on this front, even though our organization right now does not, from what I've seen, do it. However, the metrics can be within the corporation. So the corporation can look at it and say, hey, because we're involved in this program, we've seen an exponential shift in our employees, how they engage, how they communicate, their leadership skills, which reverts back to the programs that we've provided and helped them to embrace. So I think the metric could be well within the organization if they're serious about their employees, the program, and the betterment of the organization.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. Absolutely. We do have anecdotal story data all over the place about this. And there's often districts will hold a panel discussion, invite the corporates to it, and they'll interview members of the corporate clubs. One of the challenges I know of in terms of collecting data is to find where the corporates actually are corporate clubs or whether they're community clubs meeting in corporations. And so to get true data would be very challenging at the moment because the definition of corporate program, corporate club, community club, a corporate employees meeting in a community club within the corporation is very confusing. So I can see why there's no good data out there, but certainly anecdotal, but yeah, and then certainly that when we start to track within their corporation, if we can gather, and give anecdotal stories. Yeah, so thank you. Okay, basic qualifications. This will go much faster because it's kind of right or wrong. Minimum of this is recommended 200 to 250 employees who are on site and not shift workers. Now, this is if you are creating a club on site. So 200 to 250 employees. I personally find that a bit low to maintain a Toastmasters program over time, but that's general. And employees that are not shift workers, because now you have to multiply your employees because they're coming and going all the time and you have to sustain it. So if they're not shift workers, you're looking at 250. Or if this corporation already functions in a hybrid or an online environment for business, then they can do that easily for Toastmasters. Again, it's not what we want, it's how they do business. They know how to do that business, and we know how to give them the curriculum to do it. I was just in Galveston, Texas for 3 weeks, and I went to a hybrid meeting club there that is corporate, And I sat in for 3 weeks. They have a hybrid meeting, and it works very, very well. They walk into their boardroom, whatever boardroom they have that week. They have all the facilities that are there. They pull up their people. Their people are all lined up in the outreaching locations, because that's how they do business. We don't have to train them how to do their business. They already know that they're doing their training online, hybrid or online. So we just need to meet them where they do business. I would say that when I'm there, I want to know if down the line, this wouldn't be the first meeting, but a second or a third meeting, that they have to have a minimum of 30 to 60 employees who are actually interested in joining, or we're wasting our time. Because we know we get 50 people register for an event, 25 or 50% show up. The same thing happens when people say, oh, I'm interested in Toastmasters, or and then they go back and their supervisor won't let them go, or they can't get approval, or it's in a meeting time that doesn't work for them, all kinds of stuff. So you want to know that there's some desire. I love when I go into those meetings, if they hold a information meeting for employees and there's 100 employees, I'm going, yes, I love it. People are curious, they're anxious to learn. I want to partner with these people. Important to share with them in the process that there's a minimum of 12 meetings per year must take place. Must. That's a minimum. And I strongly recommend every week. I never say a minimum. I always say my recommendation is that this program happen every week. And they go, oh, we can't do every week. And I said, let's have a look at this. We're going to meet for 60 minutes every week. You've got 25 people in that 60-minute session every week. How many minutes are they actually going to speak? The listeners and the thinkers in the group are going to spend 60 minutes, hopefully, listening and thinking. But the speakers, if they're in a speaking position, might get 2 minutes as an evaluator. They might get 2 minutes as a table topic speaker, or they might get 7 minutes if they actually got on the program for a formal presentation. That's not much practice for building a skill every week. 7 minutes if you're on the speaking program every week. So that's my argument for weekly. And then I say, you also, if you're holding your people accountable to attend and make progress in this program, you have to allow them access to that program. Because in an hour's session, every one of them is not going to speak this month or next month. So when do they get to speak? If you figure out the math, if you've got 2 speakers in a 60-minute session, how many weeks is that going to take for 25 participants to get 1 speaking slot? 3 months, something like that, approximately. I'm not good at math, but something like that. How can you then say, oh, 6 months, they should be finished, graduate. Oh, and we want to send new people every 6 months. I'm going, these people have had less than an hour to practice where they're getting feedback. It doesn't make sense. And they sometimes see that. And so that's how I present that. So talk about that building skills, and that you have to have that time to build the skills in the room. So that's the because. I talk about the minimum of prepared presentations and oral evaluations in every meeting to meet the minimum. So that's prepared presentations and oral evaluations. They need to know that you can't turn it into impromptu speaking sessions. That's not how the program works. They can do that without us. They can get together and have coffee. They're required to maintain a minimum of 25 to 30 participants during the time the program is at the corporation. I don't deal with minimums because they lose 1 person and now they're below minimum. They're failing. They're not meeting their obligation, their contractual obligation to us if we start at 20. So I asked 25 to 30 people. They need They need wiggle room. And so do we, because we know that our program is maximum benefit when we have 20 plus people in attendance. Just think of the diversity of thought and ideas and evaluations versus 8 people in a room, and I go and speak, and Lark or Jessica evaluates me, and next week Jessica evaluates me, and the next week Lark evaluates me if I'm a hog on the program. And I probably can be if there's only 8 of us. And so we're pretty tired of listening to Pat, and Pat's pretty tired of Lark and Jessica's evaluations, right? So diversify, and with lots of people there. Mandatory attendance. Okay, this is controversial, but this is me, and this is how I present it. When people want to be the leaders in the program, in other words, in community clubs beyond the executive, it is mandatory that they attend leadership training. And that means they have to attend COTs, TLIs, and district events. I put it out there. I say every leader I know reads on their own, watches videos on their own, watches YouTubes, looks at TEDx, is always researching, talking to people, gaining new information, bringing different concepts from their work to Toastmasters and from Toastmasters to their workplace. Mandatory attendance. If you're a leader, you've got to be learning, and you need to understand our organization, and you can't understand it isolated in your Toastmaster program inside a corporation. So if you want to be a leader, you've got to be willing to go outside of your workplace. And then I highly recommend participation at area, division, district, and international levels to understand and have access to the whole program. So area, division, district, and international levels. And I've had success in telling them that they need to do this. They show up. Because when you tell them right up front, when you're putting the program in place, that's just a requirement. People are used to requirements in the workplace. And if you're taking this program and you want to be one of the 7 leaders within the program, you have to go to the leadership training. Which also means that the district needs to make sure that there's training that's appropriate for those corporate programs people when they show up. Any questions or comments about basic qualifications? Probably something all of you are familiar with already. Maria said, oh, great. If you don't have enough bandwidth at the beginning to manage weekly, could we start bi-weekly? No. Remember, begin as you intend to continue. If you start bi-weekly, good luck with getting it weekly. You will not. You might get it monthly. People are happy to go down, but they're not happy to go up. I've had no success with ramping it up. People gladly decrease, but I would not, if they're not ready to do weekly. On the other hand, I will say, if they say we can only do bi-weekly, I say that'll work, but it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you results in your people because you don't have enough continuity going on, in our opinion, from the success of our program. Our program works most successfully with all these beginning people, because remember, you've got 25, 30 people in a room that don't know anything, and you've got them meeting every second week for 1 hour. If you were training someone to be a good soccer player or be a pianist, would you have them practice that amount? Like once every 2 weeks, we'll come out for an hour and kick the ball and you'll be a David Beckham? No. You won't. You might not even get in the local league. Yes. David says you'd be asking for a greater commitment to go from bi-weekly to weekly. Most people feel their calendars, getting them to do more after the fact would be difficult. Yes, absolutely. Jessica, hand up.
Yes, I had a question about if it's a corporation that doesn't have the minimum employees. Have you ever seen multiple corporations combine? Because we have a club in District 24 that's actually 3 different smaller corporations that
Yeah.
formed a club together. I don't know if it's officially a corporate club. Have you had experience with that, with smaller companies combining into one club?
Yes, a lot. There's a lot of them out there, Jessica, and thank you for raising this. There's a lot of them out there, but most of them, in my knowledge, are community clubs meeting in a corporate building because they don't have the corporations not holding the employees accountable. They're not partnering. They're basically saying, hey, Jessica, you want to belong to Toastmasters? Away you go, figure it out. And here's a meeting room, and you collect the money and you send it in and you get people in. That's a community club by my definition. So yeah, it happens a lot. And it often happens if corporate ABC says, oh, we want to have a corporate program. They bring it in, they keep it going for a couple of years, but they fall down in recruiting people. They don't enroll their people. So we have to teach them how to, the fact that they have to enroll and intake periods and stuff like that. We have to have that conversation with them. But they fail, and then they start looking for other people to join. And that's when it turns from a corporate into a community club. They usually don't rename it. And so often when we go out to visit corporate clubs, they're not corporate at all. They're a community club. Yeah, the corporation may have paid their initial fee about 10 years ago, and then they totally went, okay, we're done. We paid the $100. We've got a corporate Toastmasters club. No, you don't. I'm sorry. By definition, no, you don't. Everybody's doing their own thing. So yeah, great. Good example. Thanks. Any other comments? Maria said, believe me, I'd love weekly, but can't seem to get enough commitment from even officers on a bi-weekly basis. Sounds like I need to join an initial club. Well, we'll talk about some of the things in terms of when we set these up, Maria, or reset them, how we get that commitment for people to show up, because that's also built into this interdependent relationship. And when we build it that way, people do show up because they're held accountable inside the corporation, not by Toastmasters, but inside the corporation that's paying for them and giving them time to go. Nick says, perhaps off topic, are there specific resources for community clubs in the corporate setting in getting additional support or buy-in from corp? Nick, I think that if you use the same stuff that we're going to talk about in terms of setting up the corporate program, that you can transfer it over to that. So we'll see when we get into this next segment if that works. Okay. Then our last segment on this section, we're going to look at district preparation necessary. And this throws us back to the districts, whether you're an area director, a division director, the top trio, the supporting 7 up there, however you look at your teams for district, there's preparation. And this includes training for area and division directors. And why would that be important? Why would it be important that area and division directors actually know how this works? So thank you for area and division directors that are here. Ivy, why as a division director would it be important for you to know about this? Okay,
I'm sorry, pardon?
Yes. As a division director, Ivy, why would it be important for you to know this about
what?
understanding corporate programs? Why would it be important for you to understand that?
And corporate club is a very important part in our division or in our area. So we should support them because it is a very unique club. It belongs to a company, and they're different from community club. So we need to understand their running situations. For example, currently we have some corporate club. They are not very well in the economic situation, so we understand them and we support them, and we support area directors and learn more things from them, and we have a good connection and provide what we can do. And we also provide some information from district level and ask help and support them, do what we can do to help them.
Okay, great. So what Ivy's saying is that as a division and area director, you're there to support the corporate program. You have to understand how it's very different than a community. For example, if you go in and say, oh, do an open house, that might not be what they do in that corporation. They might not be allowed to do an open house in that corporation. So you have to understand corporate culture for the Toastmasters program if it's set up as a program, not a community club meeting inside a corporation. So there's a big difference. Because if it's set up as a program that I'm talking about, the organization is sending the people. We're not going in finding the people. The organization is sending. So an area or a division director has to understand the culture inside that club or that corporate program to make their comments relevant. They cannot help that Toastmaster program be successful unless they understand it. And they're different birds. They're different environments. They're different processes. There's different roles. If they go in and start talking about COTs and TLIs, they're going inside, la, 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 doesn't mean anything to me. Oh, leadership training, we have to go to leadership training. Oh, I understand that. So even the jargon is important when we're getting the district prepared. So train your area and division directors so they know who they're talking to. Because remember, the district mandate is what? To build new clubs and to support all clubs in achieving excellence. And if your area and division directors don't know how to do that, we're not going to be distinguished. We're not going to achieve our district mission. So it goes right down to our foot soldiers knowing how to support our clubs and our Toastmaster corporate programs. Really important. It's one of those things that often gets broken first, is when those area directors go into those and they don't understand and they start talking about other stuff. Same as when they show up for COTs and TLIs and there's nothing that's relevant to them. They go, we don't recruit members. So what does VPM do? Well, if you send them to how to recruit members, they're sitting there going, this has nothing to do with me. Or VP Finance or whatever the programs are, they're going, this has nothing to do with where we have Toastmasters. So we have to be relevant. Training for district team members. So starting from the district director needs to know this stuff. PQD needs to know this. So if they're offering training, do they have something for the corporate environment that's relevant? Club growth director absolutely needs to have this if they're going into corporations with retention and extension. They need to build their teams. Do you have a team for corporate? Because it's easier if you can build a team that's got a corporate liaison and you've got that's managing all this, training the area and division directors, looking at the training that's going into those events for them, and the retention and extension chairs. So all the support teams and chairs for retention and extension and their teams. Training for support teams also for sponsors and mentors and coaches, because you've got them going into these. If you If you haven't thought about the corporate, what we're talking about today, and you're going in as a coach to try and rebuild, how do you do that? You're going to rebuild what they've got. It might need resetting to make it interdependent program rather than a community club inside a corporate building. So just something to think about. So it's just being aware that all your sponsors and your mentors, they need to know how to maintain that relationship with the corporation, that all their dealings are not with the employees because they're just participants in a training program. You've got to go to the sponsor. You've got to go to HR or training, whoever is managing that event, to have a meaningful conversation. Don't put it on the participants to relay the message because that's not their role. Yes. So there is not a corporate slide, and we're glad. That's an inside joke with Lark and me. I'm sorry. We want you to create a meaningful discussion with the corporates. And honestly, I have done many of these. And what we've done is say, let's talk about what works and doesn't work currently in your corporate environment and let them talk. Just create. And then maybe in 3 or 4 years, they'll show up and we'll actually be able to train them on something. But right now, they're going to teach us. Just have a facilitated discussion. I did one for my home district not too long ago, and they put out a special request because the corporates hadn't been coming to COTs and TLIs, and they asked me if I'd do a session. I said absolutely. So they sent out a special invitation to all the corporates to come to a special training session for them. They showed up, and the one president at the end said, this is the first time there's been any value. If I would have known that we were going to spend our time doing this, I would have brought my entire team. I will bring them with me next time. They don't come because we don't talk their language. We don't give them anything of value. And it's like all of us. There's demands on our time. And we go, I'm not going to sit there and listen to them talk about recruiting people and putting posters up in the community and going down to this Chamber of Commerce and recruiting people. That's a waste of their time because that's not what they're doing in a corporate program if we're talking about that interdependent relationship. So definitely, as I've just been going on about, components are included at the TLIs, COTs, and at the district conferences, and people will show up. Once you get them coming and you give them value, they will show up. But they're not, remember at the very beginning, we said that it's mandatory for them to come. You've got to give them something when they show up, and then they'll continue to show up. Training for support teams. I've talked about this, sponsors, mentors, and coaches. Important. You could do this at the district event for sure, or at district level. You need to be doing this ahead of time. And appoint a corporate liaison to support corporate initiatives and supporting the corporate teams. Now, this is a nice to have and something to really think about. And I would suggest that you find somebody that's passionate about corporate programs and have them appointed as part of the district ongoing team. Don't flush them every year and start over. Build a corporate liaison team where you have a trainer that trains the area directors and the division directors that have corporate programs within their realm, have the sponsors and mentors that are going to sponsor those and work with those new corporate programs trained. There's other roles for the corporate liaison when we get into setting things up. And we want to have them be part of that staying connected to the corporate world. They are our representative to keep that connection going. They want to know who they phone if there's something going off the rails. If you have a corporate liaison, they can build that trusting relationship, and they'll be able to have that reciprocity relationship. So any other questions or comments, thoughts around this segment? I think we're doing good for time, according to Nancy. Yes, David Woodcock.
All right, thanks very much, Pat. Just a thought that came to me as I've had some experience in this corporate world, and sometimes corporates change, they evolve. And
Yep.
the importance of the area and division directors to understand, and certainly the mentors as they go along, that although they're changing, it doesn't mean that they will be pushing out Toastmasters in their organization. So you need to understand that, you know, as they evolve and change, they may look to say, oh, we don't need Toastmasters anymore. They've done their job for us. They've, you know, thank you so much. But in that, you have to be prepared to be able to shift to say, oh, but we are still relevant. And here's why we think we can still be relevant in your organization. So I think there's, you know, and of course, there's a whole lot of listening going on during this, right? And you're listening a lot. You're being curious, as Pat has mentioned right at the beginning of this. So don't be, the word that comes afraid, but it's not afraid, but don't be hesitant to understand that corporations shift and they evolve and they change and their programs change. And so be prepared for that the best that you can so that you can still offer the value and benefits that Toastmasters brings.
Yeah. Wonderful topic, David. Thank you. And thank you for raising it. It is really important to keep us relevant to them. And I think that's what David is referring to, is that we have to sometimes go back and resell our relevance to them. They lose leadership. They're always changing. They're a rolling system of people moving to different positions. And I mean, just think of where you work, how often the personnel changes and moves to different roles and responsibilities. You can get a training manager that says, why are we doing Toastmasters? And they want to flush that and get rid of it. And we don't want to do that. We don't, because sometimes they just don't understand. People often want to shut things down because they don't understand them and they're afraid of them, or they are afraid that it'll reflect poorly on them. So get rid of it because I don't know how to control it. But when we build them interdependently, then they have control and we can go in and reaffirm. And that's why I think a corporate liaison is a great idea at the district, because you've got continuity. Remember, if you've got a district director like Colleen Marie that supports this, and then next year perhaps you don't, then you lose your tribal knowledge, you lose the continuity, and we lose the corporations because they've been dropped. Nobody's maintaining the relationship. So this is the challenge in our evolving organization, because we're getting promoted and we're going to a higher learning level, and we don't have the continuity in our organization. So by having a corporate liaison that's across the district, that's not being elected, that's appointed and is district infrastructure, now you've got some continuity. So every year and every 6 months, that corporate liaison can be touching base with those corporate programs that are in that interdependent relationship. So think about that, and how, you know, and I don't have all the answers, but I've spent a few hundred hours or a few thousand hours thinking about this concept. And every time I have these conversations, you know, somebody will say something and I'll think, oh yeah, that's important too. So we have to be thinking of how can we sustain our level of service and knowledge of that organization and change with them. How do they know to let us know that our corporate sponsor that they might have had internally, that might be our contact, is moving? How do they know who that person is? Because if, for example, Mary Swanson went in when she was club growth director and actually chartered that Toastmaster corporate program, and now Mary has been gone from that role for a long time, but who's picked up that? Who's looked after that client? Because there are clients, there are customers. And we've just abandoned them because we moved on. And it's really hard as a CGD who now got elected to PQD, and you've got a whole bunch other things to learn, to say, oh, here's all my corporate customers and clients, and pass them on to someone else. That's very, very challenging. And here's all the idiosyncrasies. So when we build some infrastructure, we have some continuity and some predictability and sustainability around that. Yeah. So thanks for raising that, David. Dan.
Just to reinforce what you're saying, we had a club at what was called Alberta Pension Services. The president of that agency was a big supporter of Toastmasters, and they had a great, vibrant club. She moved on somewhere else, and the club died within 18 months. And what I see now, we should have gone back, if we were organized, go back to talk to the leadership, or even when you heard you're leaving, we should have got her organized to meet with the new executive.
And so when we build interdependent Toastmaster programs, and they're responsible for part of it, and we're partly responsible, then they let us know and we can respond to them. But if there's no connection and they don't even know we're meeting in the building, we don't have any way to stay connected. We don't even know in our Toastmaster club who the person is upstairs. And maybe there is nobody upstairs that we would actually talk to, or in the corporation. So it's really, that's why I'm so adamant and passionate about building programs that are interdependent with corporations, that we partner, that we're the contractor who brings in the training, and they are the provider of the training. They're the liaison with their employees. We don't get to do that. We don't get to tell their employees what to do. They do. Okay. Any other final comments? Because we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back for section 2 and talk about the process, because I'm sure you all need a break. In the second section, we're going to get somebody else to present it so you can hear a different voice. Who would like to present the second section? Oh, great. Well, will the recording be available to participants afterwards? Tishan is asking that. Colleen Marie, is that what's going to do that? What's going to happen there?
We will make it available. So.
Okay, that's great. I know I'm using it, the recording also, your contributions, because I'm working on a second book, and all this discussion is such valuable resources for magnifying the elements of the book. So thank you all for that and your participation. Well, I hope to see you all in 10 minutes. Colleen Marie, do you want to give the official return time, and we'll go from your direction?
It is 10:05. We'll come back at 10:15.
Okay. Thank you. See you soon. I cannot hear you, Colleen Marie. Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you. Then I'll proceed. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, we had some losses during the break. Hopefully they'll rejoin us. So we're going to talk about the process. Thank you all for being here. Talk about the process in terms of things that are important from my perspective to cover when we're dealing with the corporation and getting it set up. And this is also where I was referring to looking at this process if we're going to reestablish or reset a Toastmasters club into a Toastmasters corporate program. So if you've been a community club and you're looking to reset it into a corporate program, you would follow similar processes. So the first thing we want to do is, first of all, one of the first things we learned when we joined Toastmasters as speakers was what? We need to know our Audience.
Audience.
Same here. When we go to meet in the corporate world, we need to actually speak so that they can understand us. And Toastmasters is absolutely jam-packed full of jargon. Remember your first meeting when they talked about table topics and feedback and projects and pathways and TLIs and COTs and DTMs and blah, 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 blah. And that's what it sounded like, is wah, 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 wah. Didn't mean a thing. Be aware of that when we're going into the corporate world, that they don't understand what you're trying to sell them because they don't understand your language. So I've translated some of these, and I'm going to ask you to make suggestions also. And they're just suggestions, things for you to think about. So we're going to start and go down the left-hand column first, because just because we can. And so what would you use in terms of the word dues? So if you want to, okay, thanks, Carol. I got your message. Perfect. We know you're there. Appreciate the notice. Put in, okay, tuition, Jean, absolutely. If we call it tuition or fees, learning fees or course fees, absolutely. So tuition, I like the word tuition because it makes me think of school, makes me think of going to university or college. And certainly this is an advanced master's program in communication. Training cost, okay. So we want to make it them understand that this is the money they're paying for the course that they're taking. So whatever works. I start out by calling it tuition to them. And if they talk about, oh, do you mean the program fees? Then I say, yes, the program fees. That's what we're talking about. So I adopt their language, but sometimes if I'm leading the conversation, I'll put something out and then I'll adopt their language, because people correct us. They won't let us go all through the session and say tuition if they're thinking program fees. They'll correct us and we can correct ourselves then. I do not talk about pathways because I'm there to talk about Toastmasters. And they're going, what's this pathways stuff? We're talking about Toastmasters. We're talking about pathways is just a name we use for our curriculum. And that's what they're actually buying, is our training curriculum. So I call it a curriculum. What about club executive? So I've given some hints in the past of things I've been talking about. What would you call it? Because they don't have a club. They're in a training program. So what would you call the club executive in a communication leadership training program? Okay, Dan says leadership team. Okay, perfect. I use that one also. I call them the leadership team. There's 7 people. There's 7 people that take on a leadership role in this program. You can self-appoint, you can elect, you can do what you want, but I'd be holding my hand up and claiming one of those leadership training programs inside a training program. So leadership team, because they're going to have different roles, and we're going to talk about that. What about, let's talk about some of these specific leadership team members. And the other term that you could use is executive team, depending on your corporation. Because if they have executive in their corporate structure, I tend not to use the terms that they use. So just be responsive to that. So what might you call the club VP of membership inside a corporate Toastmasters program? What could you name them? I call them the participant liaison, because they're not members. We think of joining Toastmasters, they're actually taking the program. So I call them participant liaison, because they're the people as in leadership role that's going between the corporation and Toastmasters. And so they're the liaison. You might have some other specific names. I'm open to hearing them. Think about it. If you have some, put it in the chat box. So membership to me is about the participants in the work. And they're going to be doing all kinds of stuff, like they might be looking to do orientation of those participants when they come in, how you sign up to get in the curriculum, how you track your progress, how you report to your supervisors and managers, what we report out to the corporation. They're going to be involved with those participants. They might be working with them along with the education liaison to set the goals and manage the goals of those individuals. So what about the club treasurer? What would we call them if we follow that pattern? Yeah, finance liaison. I call them the financial liaison. And what's their role? They're managing between Toastmasters International. Remember, the partnership is with our organization, Toastmasters International, and the corporation. The financial liaison is basically making sure that if they need an invoice from TI, that they get an invoice to their financial department. This is different depending on how they're paying. But if the corporation's paying for their employees, the financial liaison's making sure that 2 months in advance, they've decided who's renewing, what new members are coming in. They're figuring out all the finances, and they're making sure that their finance department has what it needs in time to make sure that their renews are done. So that's the sole responsibility of the financial liaison person. They're, in most cases, not running around collecting money from individuals or getting individuals to send their money in. If they are, then that's part of their responsibility. But I love to set it up where the corporation is actually paying. So again, the roles and responsibilities vary depending on how it's set up and the agreement. What would you call a club sergeant at arms who now this program meets every week in boardroom A? They walk in. They're most likely not having a club banner in this program that they go to because there's not other banners in project management. Doesn't come in and put their banners up at the front of the room when they're training a program, right? There may not even be a gavel. There won't be a Pledge of Allegiance. There won't be a prayer. So what is this club sergeant at arms going to do? Room administrator, okay. Logistics. I call them the logistics liaison because they need to confirm the booking of the room. They need to confirm with people, hey, we're meeting here. And it happens in some corporations where they provide refreshments at training programs. If they provide refreshments, that liaison has to be managing that. Even if it's but if it's liquid refreshment, like lots of times they have a pop machine or they have some kind of refreshment service in the room for training, they need to manage that. So it's logistics. Have we got the boardroom A on Tuesday from 3 to 4 for the next 6 months? Great. We've got access, we've got login, all that kind of stuff that they might need. So that's all the logistics. It's different because it's not banners, it's not gavels, it's not paraphernalia. It's what would a training program look like when you look in the door? That's what Toastmasters needs to look like. What do we call meetings for a corporate program? And I've called them this all morning so far. Training sessions, yes, Colleen Marie, absolutely. Dan Sessions, Jean, yes. Gold stars, Lark, send gold stars out to those people for listening. Guys are golden, as Lark would say. for listening. Yes, we've got learning sessions or training sessions. What we know is that we can't sell meetings to corporations. They're trying to get rid of meetings. They're already overwhelmed and overworked by meetings. They don't want more meetings. We can't tell, well, you can, but they don't want them. We want to talk about education training sessions, learning sessions, that language, not meetings. That'll be a no sale. If you're selling me meetings, I'm out. So learning sessions, program course, training sessions, yes. When we talk about DTMs and all our recognition, oh, I'm a level 4, what is it? Strategic leadership. They're going, what are you talking about? You look like just an ordinary person to me. Oh, no, I'm level 4 strategic leadership. No, you're not. Talk about recognition. Recognition, because recognition is what our designations are about, is recognizing our work. When we're called past president, that's recognition, but that's all confusing to these people when we get into all our jargon. So talk about that we have recognition in our programs and we have benchmarks that we work through. Members, they're not members. They don't see themselves as members of Toastmasters. They are taking a course with Toastmasters. And so I call them participants. Again, gold stars to Mary and Jean, participants or students. I'm a student of Toastmaster program. I say that all the time. Yeah. Let's leave the other one until we get where. Let's do the right row now. Club. What do I call the club, or what could we call? Yeah, certifications. Jessica, yeah, we could talk about certifications, educational levels. Yeah, we've got certain levels of certification. Yeah, that's a good idea. Education program, yes. Rather than club, call it an education program. If you're talking to the corporation, that's what they buy. They do not buy clubs. We get clubs all the time that want our people. We send them after hours to go to Zumba and to do whatever they do recreationally. That's what clubs are in the corporate world. But we're talking about an education program. And when we change our language, we're then able to place this education program in the right spot. When we use the word club, it goes off here. We do it to ourselves. We get pushed off into recreation, optional recreation. Oh, that would be a nice thing for people to do at lunchtime or after work. No. We're an education program, and we have to get our program in the right spot for it to work.
That's
Club
exactly
officer,
what
well, this goes back. I talk about a liaison, and that because of that back and forth general words, or a leader within the program is another term that I use. Club president. What would we call a club president? What might we refer them as? So they're a head of this executive committee or this liaison group. Okay, well, I wouldn't call him a CEO. The owner of that organization might not like that. I just say that because I worked for a CEO who would not have another CEO in the building. I call them chief coordinator or chief liaison. I mean, they're kind of the head of. Now, there may be other ones, but I keep the word liaison on all of them, and they're kind of the head. It might be the executive liaison, but again, it's like if you call it an executive team. So you have to change these. My point being, asking you the questions is, and telling you what I do, is that you have to change them based on the corporation where you are. Okay. So think of some word that ties them all together. For me, that was liaison, because that's a word that I found that wasn't used. generally in the corporate world, but seemed to make sense going back and forth. And it reminded them that their role is between the corporation and the organization, right? VP of Education, I call them the education liaison. Okay, education program liaison, right? Good, good. Club secretary, I refer to this as the administrative liaison. And they have a number of very important roles that don't happen in regular community clubs. They absolutely must take attendance. It's called accountability, and we have to report out to the corporation because the corporation says we're paying. Are they actually even showing up? We need to take attendance. I don't know if your clubs ever take attendance. When I joined Toastmasters, we had attendance, and we got our attendance record just like we would get in school. Oh, I'm getting really feedback about being connected and disconnected. Are you hearing me? Yeah, okay, that's great. My headphones are objecting. Just wave at me if I go offline and I'm just mouthing it. So looking at clubs, that administrative liaison, working for keeping track of attendance, but also working with the education liaison to track progress. So they must learn as part of their roles how to read the dashboard and support them to read the dashboard because they need to take this to their internal people in their corporation. Every 3 to 6 months, they need to be taking attendance to data and progress data to the corporation so that the corporation is involved. And I used to have, back to my first story about my very first corporate program, the VP used to phone me up and say, hey, time for a report. And I would grab the attendance and the progress report and away we'd go. And we would talk about the people that weren't showing up or the people that said, hey, my supervisor overbooked me this week and I couldn't go. And we reported that. And the VP dealt with it. We didn't have to deal with it. They dealt with it because they're paying for their people to show up. And they're going, oh, that supervisor isn't always supportive of training. And it told them lots about their internal workings as well. So we want them to work to track the progress off the dashboard as well as the attendance. And that's going to be passed on to the corporation. COT and TLI, what do we call that? And I've referred to this earlier. Leadership training. This is the mandatory leadership training that they come to. They're going to be a leader in the program. You've got to go to training. It's mandatory. Evaluations. This is an interesting one because what I found out, and I worked in a corporation that had a lot of evaluators. We had a lot of analysts, evaluators, because we were always evaluating programs and we were evaluating investments and we were evaluating policies. And there was a lot of evaluation being thrown around. And so I realized that I had to talk about feedback because that related to supervisors and their roles as supervisors, managers who are actually giving feedback. Assessments, David, maybe depending, but in my environment, assessments meant a test. So you have to look at, again, the structure, but yeah. So feedback as a transferable skill. And I used to talk about this importance. And for example, people would say to me, what kind of people do you recommend go to this program? And I said, anybody, human beings, upright, taking water and air would qualify and they would benefit from it. But if you're looking for a place to start, because often they say, well, our IT people are really bad communicators. And I go, one of the sections that I really think is valuable and undersold for Toastmasters is our our first level of managers that are starting to build, and they've got staff and they're terrified to give feedback, or our content experts that are not willing to step forward to become supervisors, managers. So if you've got a development program in-house, look at those people whose next step is to have people and to have teams. And we'll teach them how to build teams, how to hold accountability, how to give feedback. So absolutely. DCP. What? Now there's an acronym that most Toastmasters don't even understand. So what do we talk about with the DCP, which is the Distinguished Club Plan? Checklist of goals. Okay, goals, absolutely. I talk about team goals and also strat planning, because strategic planning is that long-term goal. And they love that. That's magic to corporates' ears, because they're always doing strategic planning. Every year we had to do strategic planning for our branches, for our departments, for our heads. There was always strategic planning. So setting goals, working to objectives, delivering on goals, however you want to say it, all those words around that DCP strange acronym. Speeches. This is one I learned not too long ago, because I used to refer to speeches, and then I thought, and it was like nails on a blackboard suddenly, and I realized nobody wants to give speeches, and they're going, we don't give speeches in our corporation. I go, you give presentations every time you stand up. So presentations is way better from my perspective. So that's just some. Any other? Let's look at that other line there, because I missed out one officer for sure. Which one did I miss out? Public relations. Yay, Mandy.
PR.
Yep, we missed out. VP PR from the club environment. I call this the promotions liaison. This person has an entirely different role also, because they're really providing information to the HR or the training department. They're not reaching out, but they're making sure that they have a really good understanding of the Toastmasters program. They might actually present at new employee orientation, if that happens in the organization, which happens in many organizations. They may be making sure that the write-up is current on the training calendar or on the intranet. They might be collecting anecdotal data on successes when people are leaving the Toastmasters program or get a promotion. They might be looking at that. Yes, absolutely, Karen. Thank you. They can work with the corporation to get advertising on the internal company website. Yes, yes, yes. That's what we want them to do, to get exposure internally and recognition as well, because recognition is so important. Many people in corporate Toastmasters programs come for the learning because they want to build their career. They're looking at extending their influence in their career, and recognition is amazing. Back to my first corporate program example, they had a monthly meeting for their company where all the project managers got together and they celebrated the benchmarks that they reached in that month, the successes, the financial gains, etc., and the performance, and cheered for those teams that brought in projects under time, under budget. They included on that agenda. Now, this is amazing. This is how integrated this was in this corporation. When they celebrated their business successes, they recognized their Toastmaster achievements for that month. When Bill completed at that time his CL, they got Bill to stand up in their monthly management meeting they had a dinner every month to do this. And Bill got hauled up to the stage to the round of applause of his colleagues. That's the level of acknowledgement. And that's why that club survived and was not one moment of problem for over 20 years. It was connected. They were responsible for maintaining their commitment to Toastmasters. And they asked of Toastmasters and we asked of them, and we had this partnership. It was a thing of joy to have. Okay, any other words that you would like to change? Yes, many corporations have weak recognition programs. And you know what? As human beings, we even have weak recognition programs. We go, oh, it was nothing. It was nothing. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. As a coach, one of the hardest things I have to get people to do is to celebrate an achievement. I say, you must do something to celebrate your achievement. And they go, I don't need anything. And I said, yes, you do. I'm holding you accountable. You have to report to me what you do to celebrate. I don't care if it's a special coffee from Starbucks, but you intentionally do something to celebrate your success, recognize. But we quickly go, oh, on to the next thing, quick, I don't have time. Yes, we do. We have to have time. Ask Lark. She gives gold greetings and gold stars and gold leaf to everybody for recognition. We have to do that. Oh, I love this. Karen, I work for Sherwin-Williams, and they have a celebrate page to encourage employees to I love it. Thank you. And I hope that they also recognize their employees as well as employees recognizing each other. Fantastic. I love it. Oh, I love Sherwin-Williams more now. I actually buy my paint from them. So, okay, set the stage. Stay on task, Pat. Oh, Dan. Hand up.
You missed my question. What do you call district officers at the various levels? Area, division, district? How would you represent those to the corporation?
I just say that they're a district representative, and I might say that if it's an area director going in and it's the first time, I might say to them, we have learning positions all through the organization of which all your employees could eventually take on if they're interested. But we'll have, for example, what we refer to as an area director who will actually come in and visit your corporate program. And the reason they're doing that is part of their learning is to assess a program and provide feedback. So it's their next level of learning. And so they'll be coming in just so that they know what they're there for. They may provide feedback to your program, but definitely they're part of that liaison between the Toastmasters program or Toastmasters International and your corporation. So I try to explain. I use vague terms. Again, I don't want to get into a lot of jargon. Sometimes you're able to say it's a different learning position. It helps them understand. Sometimes they'll hear that and say, oh, tell me how does that work? And then you have an opportunity. Otherwise, they might never know it exists. So sometimes you can just plant things or open the door a little bit and they walk through. That's why it's so important to stay in the moment when we're listening and having conversations. What do we call club mentors, club coaches? I just call them mentors, coaches, and sponsors. I just dump the club. Lane, can my district create a new supportive position in the senior leadership called corporate liaison? Yes, we've talked about that earlier. Perhaps you missed that, Lane. Sorry, I maybe skipped over it quickly. In the district, ideally, you would have a corporate liaison as part of the infrastructure so that it's not that your contacts with the corporations aren't lost every year when we change positions. They become very vulnerable and we lose track of our customers because our customer person, our CGD, moves to a different position and is doing something else. Thank you very much. So creating a corporate liaison creates some continuity, and we can look after our customers and clients better. So yes, thank you for asking that. And hi, Lane. I haven't seen your face, so I didn't know you were here. I just didn't get the name connected, but I recognize you now. Great question. Sandra. Oh, there you are, Lane. Hi. Sandra, I also work for Progressive and we get internal recognition. Thank a peer. Okay, great. Good. And so we can build on that if we let the corporation know that there's an opportunity recognition. We do recognition, and if they can. Yeah. Okay, setting the stage. This is important when we're going to meet with the corporation right up close to the beginning. And part of it is what we're going to talk about, and us, again, back to that very beginning of us being prepared, setting the stage. The majority of corporations buy, what would they buy from us? What do you think corporations buy from us when you go in to talk to them? Training expertise, okay. A training program, yeah. A training program or a training expertise on what field? A training solution, all of those things they want to buy from us if they like what we've got. What are our products? Education, okay. Communication and leadership, yes. Yes. All of you, Jean, Marg, Jessica, Mary, yes, they're buying communication and leadership, but not public speaking. I never use that word. I never talk about public speaking to anybody in relationship to Toastmasters, because it's way bigger than that. When I joined Toastmasters way back 41 years ago, isn't that ridiculous? I think that is ridiculous. Who made the calendars go around like that? We had for better listening, thinking, and speaking. And that's your next points. The major components of our communication segment is better listening, better thinking, and better speaking. Stop and think for a moment how much time we spend listening in Toastmasters. In a 60-minute meeting, how many minutes should we be listening? Maybe 60 minutes we're practicing. We're listening to the call to order and how the Toastmaster, and so we're also thinking how the Toastmaster's running the meeting, if we're following the agenda, if we're on time. We've got all this stuff going on. We're listening to the table topics. We're listening to the speakers. We're listening to the evaluators. We're listening to the grammarian. We're processing this. Oh, they missed that word. Oh, they didn't say that word. We are thinking and listening the entire time, and we might get to speak. So we're building listening and thinking skills in spades. And that's part of the communication. And guess what? That is hugely desirable in the corporate world, at least where I came from. We wanted people to be really good listeners, to actually hear what was being said and process it and understand it and ask good questions. Because when we listen carefully and we think carefully and analytically, we come up with questions. We go, oh, I don't understand that. And so then we get the attitude of seeking to understand. So it goes down the road of, wow, we've got really good communicators in our organization. And the product is better because of it. We have all worked on teams and we go, I don't understand how that works. And when somebody has to explain it, you either get on board or go, that falls apart for me. There's a gap. And so we end up with a better product as a result of it. If we have listeners and thinkers, corporations want that. And you know what? From my experience, you can't buy listening and thinking skill training. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. I ended up, when people came and said, I need so-and-so to be a better listener, I said, send them to Toastmasters. I had no other people or other suppliers to send them to. Hard to find. And it's kind of disappearing. So I think we're more in demand than ever. So listening, thinking, and then speaking. And then, of course, speaking, we're going to tear apart that in a moment, but we find a whole vast array of skills under speaking. We'll look at that in, well, let's talk about it right now for just a moment. Listening, what kind of, speaking, what kind of speaking do we do? What are the various components of speaking that we do, or styles of speaking that we do? So for example, we have prepared presentations or formal presentations. What are some other things we have? Impromptu, absolutely, thank you.
Table
That's great,
topics.
Maria. We have what?
Table topics, yeah. Impromptu.
Yeah, impromptu speaking. Yep.
Evaluations or feedback.
Yep. So that interpersonal communication. We'll have informal also. So that might be just that when you get called upon and you're unprepared, or so I put it in categories. I call prepared presentations, I call impromptu, I call informal presentations. Right. So what are some other ones in terms of the managing and leading a meeting? I put that in a different place, but that's certainly part of speaking. Yeah. Yeah, so we have formal, informal, impromptu. We have interpersonal as well. And I think of interpersonal as taking opportunities when we're in those situations, right? My CEO used to come to work early, and I'm an early to work person. I spent a lot of time in the elevator going to work with my CEO because she was on the same floor as me. And she inevitably felt compelled to have a conversation with me, and I'm shy. So I'm like, I just want to face the corner because here I go in the elevator with my CEO again this morning. And she'll be going, so how did that training program go yesterday? Why don't you drop by my office? I'd like to know more about this thing that you're putting together. And I have a training need for some of my VPs. Impromptu, informal, and it was interpersonal because it was just her and me, and it wasn't on an agenda. It wasn't a formal request. Nobody else knew about it. And yeah, it was great. So, and then she would come. She was the CEO that would stand in the doorway and watch the training, which really helped me look at what did Toastmasters look like from the inside of the corporation, because most of the time it looked like a lot of people in a room with no direction. So I had to let them know up front that this is not instructor-led. So really important for them to know, because they're going, who's leading this class? I'm going, oh, it's group learning. They're going, oh, okay, how does that work? Okay, so let's look at the difference, because we hear about leadership skills, and I want to put the elephant on the middle of the table here. What's the difference between management and leadership? Because we go, oh, we build leaders. I also say we build managers. Let me say, I believe that you cannot be a leader unless you know how to manage. But there are lots of managers that will never know how to lead or never be leaders. So why is that? What's the difference? Tell me what you think the difference is between, if somebody said to you and you're out in the corporation and they're going, well, like, you want my managers to go to this, but that's leadership training. Like, what's the difference between leadership and management? How would you define that? What are you going to tell me? So Dan, you must have taken this course, or you've been cheating, or you got all the answers anyways. Managers make sure things happen as they're supposed to, and leaders inspire people towards corporate objectives. Okay, I like that. Anyone want to give another definition? managers, leadership. What are you going to write in those three lines there as just a guide? Okay, has everybody copied down Dan's then? I'm going to share you one that I took, because I don't know if you've heard of, okay, Maria, managers manage, okay, leaders enable and empower. Okay, great. I read Jim Clemmer. He is a leadership trainer, speaker from Canada. And I loved his definitions of management and leadership. Jim Clemmer with a C, Clemmer, if you want to look him up, Jim. And he said, management, a way of doing things. Then he put processes, systems, procedures, and methodologies. Pause. How many of us in our clubs, areas, divisions, and district roles do lots of management? Processes, enrolling people, orienting them, signing them up, scheduling them, doing a DCP, procedures, orientation, getting them scheduled, on and on, methodologies. We do processes, systems, procedures, and methodologies in spades. We do lots of management training. And so when I read this, I went, I agree with that. But then what does that leave for leadership? How do we do leadership? And he said, leadership is a way of being. It is who we are when we're doing things. He said, for example, emotions, values, and culture, and growth. So leadership is a way of being. It's who you are when you're doing what you're doing. Emotions, values, growth, and culture. So think of, while you're doing all those processes and systems and procedures and methodologies, you're a leader depending on how you're being. Are you empowering the people? Are you encouraging? Are you positive? Are you inspirational? Are you knowledgeable? Are you empathetic? Have you got emotional intelligence, which people don't talk about in Toastmasters very often, but we help people build emotional intelligence because they get to be a leader because of that. So emotions, values, how do we maintain and support our values, our personal values, supporting individuals in sustaining their values and their boundaries, as well as the corporate, our Toastmaster values. If you don't uphold those and represent those, how can you lead us? If you're not enrolled in the Pathways program and working our education program, where's your value as a leader? Well, Karen, as I said, you must be a manager in order to be a leader, but not all managers will ever be a leader. So managers or leaders must manage. Managers don't always lead. Does that make sense now? Got it? Okay, thank you. Oh, I see a heart from Sandra. Where's Karen on my screen here? Does that make sense, Karen?
Yep.
Okay, great. Oh, thank you for speaking up. My eyes kept jumping over your screen for some reason. I'm going, Karen, where is Karen? Great. Yeah, so important. Often we hear, oh, we don't know what leadership is. Look it up. There's lots of definitions. It's how you be with the people, who you are being. Are you a jerk? Are you a demanding, commanding personality that's everybody's got to step up and do it your way? Maybe you're a manager, not a leader. Anyway, we'll leave that for you to think about. That's Jim Clemmer's definitions for contemplate. And if you're interested in reading interesting stuff, he just wrote a series not too long ago about love and leadership that I thought was very profound. And he said how powerful leaders that love what they're doing show up in corporations and how they change the environment and everything. So I read all the time from various sources all over the place, to keep broadening my horizons on things. So I'll leave you with that. Let's talk about initial contact. Oh, let's stop. Let's check in. Any comments? Visionaries, Colleen Marie. Visionaries inspire people to greatness. Yes, absolutely. The thing with visionaries, some people don't see way out there, and we need visionaries to paint the pictures, right? Because then some of us can just get behind that and go, oh, now I know where I'm going. I live in dreamland. I'm possibilities always. I'm always thinking of something else. I look at something and I go, but it could be better this way, or it could be different this way. That's just how I'm wired, right? Status quo is boring for me. I'm going, what's next? What's next? Let's get going. And I've got colleagues that work to keep all the details pulled together. And I'm so grateful for them because I can't even get those details in my head. I'm busy envisioning the next step. I'm looking for the distant stars. And so in leadership and in management, there's all these kinds of personalities. But I will say, one of our greatest challenges as human beings is to appreciate that diversity. You know, I could sit there and go, oh my gosh, here we go again, down into the minutia, the details. And yet, if we didn't have somebody looking after them, I'd be in a mess because we need them. So learn to appreciate and know that your teams are stronger as we go through that. So when you look tying that to what we're doing here, look at a diverse team when you're going to work with the corporations. I won't be everybody's cup of tea. Do not take a big team. The first call, you're probably going on your own. The second time or the third time you're working with them, you might take another person who's got a different perspective than you. You're going to be aligned, but they're going to have different ideas or details that you might not have. So just think about how you're putting your team together to do that. Okay, initial contact with the corporation. What I've captured here, and I've just listed them and I've put them so that you can make notes beside them if you want. I found that these are the things that the corporation needs to understand about the Toastmasters program. Sometimes they'll say, oh, I know about Toastmasters. And I'll say, oh, how do you know about Toastmasters? And they'll say, well, my father used to go to Toastmasters. Well, this person could be 40 or 50 years old already. And so how old is their father? It could be 80 years old. 80 years ago, Toastmasters was a big, different program than it is now. And they've got anecdotal interpretive experiences that dad came home and said, oh, we discussed this today, which might have no relevance to today's program. So I'm curious when they say, oh, I know Toastmasters. I'm going, oh, tell me about that. I let them tell me their story. So these are the things that I feel the corporation needs to know because it's not expected. First of all, that Toastmasters is a self-paced program. We all know this, but the corporation doesn't, and they don't understand this. The standard in a corporation, where I come from, is you go to a course, you sign in, you sit down in your seat, or you go to your station, you participate for the course, whatever that is, duration, 3 hours, 7 hours, maybe 2 whole days would be exceptional. And you leave. Period. Done. Bums in seats, we call it. Toastmasters doesn't work that way. And you might have needed prerequisites to get into it. So you've got to take 2 or 3 programs before you can get into that program. But Toastmasters takes everybody right where we are, and we all start. So we could have somebody who actually preaches in their place of worship that comes to Toastmasters in the workplace. We could have somebody that formally represents the a community group. They could be the head of the parent teacher association. They could be a head of the Rotary or the Lions Club and speak all the time. They could be a professional speaker in their spare time. We don't know. We're all starting, and it's self-paced. So people are going to go through the program at different levels because they're confident. Some people are going to come in and be super shy and not want to do it. And other people are going to come in and be just bouncing through the program. This really came home to me when I had an employee by the name of Wendy. And Wendy was really shy. She had things to say, but she couldn't say them and wouldn't say them. And I asked her if she wanted to go to Toastmasters because she was my employee. She said yes, and she reluctantly. And so when we talked about her performance and her accountability, it was that she attend 90% of the training sessions in her 6 months that she signed up for, and that she give her icebreaker. My other employees, I asked more of than I asked of her, but I knew if she could give an icebreaker in 6 months, if she could go and get comfortable enough and trust them enough to give an icebreaker, that would be a breakthrough. She signed up, she agreed. About 5 months into the program, something like that, she came to me and said, I can't give an icebreaker. I'm dropping out. And I said, what's the problem? She said, I can't stand up in front of people and talk about myself. I said, you don't have to talk about yourself in an icebreaker. She said, yes, you do. Everybody does that. And they keep telling me I just have to get up and talk about myself. And I can't do that. And I'm going, I never realized in a self-paced program, just lack of awareness, I never realized in a self-paced program that somebody would arrive that did not want to talk about themselves. She could talk about a program, she could talk about a sport, she could talk about a hobby, but she did not want to talk about herself. And they said in her club, oh, all you have to do is talk about yourself. And that was her barrier, and she could not get over it. She dropped out. She didn't go back to Toastmasters, but at least I was grateful because I learned a lot from her sharing that with me. That when we say, oh, you just have to talk about yourself, it's easy. That's not easy. So we have to be careful of what we ask people to do. Even in the corporate world, people are coming because they're stuck somewhere, and maybe they're stuck about talking about themselves in public. So a self-paced program, really important, that people are going to progress at the level that they're comfortable, and they need to talk to their supervisors and managers about that, how fast they're going to actually progress, because we're not going to be pushing them. We might encourage them, but we're not going to be standing over them and making them get 6 speeches if they're a Wendy, okay? We need to let them know that it's built on adult education principles, because we have to have credibility as a program. I let them know that Toastmasters is 100 years old. We've trained millions of people worldwide. We're currently in 140 plus countries of the world. And we've had, this program, it has been revised and current, and it's online, so it's relevant. I let them know that it's experiential learning. This is very different. This is not knowledge base. Knowledge means that you've read a book. You know how to do it, not that you've done it. So experience means you've actually put your hands on it and done it. So we're doing experiential learning. We learn by doing. We're going to give you information. We're going to give you support through the curriculum, all the training that you need, the information you need, and then we're going to apply it. This is a step that's not taken in most corporate trainings, is that application. When you read the project, then it says, and here's how to prepare, and now schedule your presentation. That doesn't happen in the majority of corporate. We have to let them know that there is experiential learning. It takes time, but it's stuck. People walk out with skills, not just knowledge, head knowledge. They know how to do it. I'm just checking in with the chat because I haven't been paying attention the last few minutes. Yes. Atiana, hopefully I've got your name correctly. Employees leave bad managers who can't lead, not bad jobs. Oh, I so agree. People leave because of managers. And, you know, this is a selling point when we're in the corporates and talking to them is I talk about, do they want to build employees internally? Do they want to develop their employees? Because Toastmasters will keep them in there and be able to develop them, because we can turn those bad managers into good leaders. My job entails, Mary, my job entails making the details happen. So I have to think about details. Good. You're on my team. you're my important part. We're not interested in butts and seats. Yes, absolutely, Colleen Marie. Karen, in the corporate world, you can invite them to talk about what they do at work. Might be more comfortable with that talk. Yes, absolutely. It's that the things that we say automatically without thinking carefully what we're saying. And when you keep saying it's easy, you just have to talk about yourself, we have to reframe that. There's lots of things you can talk about in your icebreaker. Yes, thank you. Dan said, check out Kolb's experience. Oh yeah, Colby's experiential training model for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, peer learning. This is important to talk to them because again, they'll say who's going to be the leader, who's the facilitator of this program. And you can talk about the first year, we're going to have sponsors and mentors that are there and they're really the instructors to get everybody up and going. And then we want to build tribal knowledge or corporate knowledge. And then we do peer learning because we're always giving feedback to one another. So it's that we're building capacity and then we're empowering them and we're going to pass more and more over to you. Course materials are provided. We must let them know that everything is in the package. Your learning objectives for each assignment is there, your tutorials, your examples, your checklists, your evaluation criteria, your feedback sheets, everything is intact. It's complete. You don't have to put your training team on this at all. It is ready to go. It's plug and play. So really important. Learning objectives, evaluation criteria, as I said. Team environment. Because we learn in a team environment, we learn that team. And if we look at Lencioni's model of a highly functioning team, we know that that involves building trust. Toastmaster clubs function highly because there's trust built. Think of me saying to Mandy, if I've not had a relationship with Mandy, she's a visiting Toastmaster in my club, and I'm now evaluating with her. And I'm going, Mandy, what I loved about your presentation, what I see your strengths are, one thing I'd like to suggest that you look at improving for your next level. That takes trust. But we also build trust with the language that we put around it, right, Mandy? So you're sitting back, relaxed, not on the back of your chair or end of your chair going, oh my God, she's going to cream me in front of everybody. You've got to protect our people and encourage them to grow. So we do that with our team environment because, as Lencioni said in his book, you've got to have that trust. Then you can have those difficult conversations or give that feedback. Then you can have goals. Then you have accountability, and then you achieve your goals. Oh, you have projects or I've missed that one. I'm my thoughts in a different path today, but we've got trust, a difficult or conflict. Then we've got commitment. So we make commitments to goals, and then we have accountability, and then we get results. Think about that in terms of Toastmasters program. We work in a team environment. We build the trust. We hold we have those conversations. We deal with the conflict or whatever's there. We look at making commitments. People make commitments. We support them and hold them accountable, and then we get results. So team, local and international support, we let them know that this happens. That's back to those people coming and going. No pass or fail. This is important because I've had people phone me in the corporate world saying, Jan's been in Toastmasters for 2 years. When's she going to graduate? I go, oops. We forgot to let you know there's no graduation. Jan can stay in as long as she's making progress and you see changes in her. So we're not failing her out. She's not passing out, and there's no graduation. It's an ongoing program. So, and then any other questions that they might have about this. So I'm gonna, any questions or comments about that? We use a sports model when you continue to practice. Okay, yeah, absolutely. I use references like that too, because we're building skills, and I use soccer and piano and whatever might relate to them for them to understand building that. Okay, internal structures necessary for success and longevity. First of all, identify what would a corporate champion who will host and support this program internally. Mary, I've been asked why I've been in Toastmasters 30 years. Haven't you learned everything yet? Well, I believe when we know it all, we leave this earth. So I'm glad you don't know it all yet. Okay, so we want to identify a corporate champion who will host and support this program internally. Why do we want to do that? Why are they important? We've talked a bit about this earlier. What are they? They're the connection between Toastmasters International and the corporation. If they're a really good corporate champion, which sometimes we get, and sometimes they actually function in this capacity, they may sit at the corporate table and represent the Toastmasters program and values and value to the organization. They may make sure that the financing's in place, because it might be under their budget that Toastmasters comes. They might also be your advocate for time doing this training during work hours. They might be the individual that was a Toastmaster that says, I know the value of this. I'm going to make sure this is part of our training program, not a recreational program off on the side or a club on the side. So many other things, perhaps. They will provide some continuity. They might be the person that your corporate liaison from the district goes to check in with. So it might or might not be. They might say, oh, go to the HR or the training department. We have to build that as we go along and figure that out. But there's a number of reasons that a corporate champion is very valuable. They might be the person that makes sure that that boardroom's available. So discuss with them the following items. So you want to talk with, this is back with the corporation we're talking about. The agreement to sponsor the Toastmasters program within the corporation is between the corporation and Toastmasters, and we've talked about this before. The corporation is buying a training program for their employees and to develop them. Okay, the corporation's buying it, not the individual employees. They're going to enroll through their employer. Ideally, the Toastmasters program would be part of the corporate training, development, or HR, personnel, talent management, whatever they call it, departments. So that's often where it fits if they're going to fund them and give them time, and if we're going to build it this way. We have to often get it out of the corporate champion department down into the practical level, but they can help us get it there often. Just back in that first discussion we had way early, hours ago, about meeting with the deputy minister and then going to an assistant deputy minister and then down to a director, you know, but getting it in the right place is so important. Yes. Establish an agreement between the corporation and the employees, managers, supervisors for attendance at the training program. This is key to getting your people to show up. And I use their current already existing system called their performance plan or their performance management or their whatever they call it, annual review cycle. That is where I want their employees to, like I did with Wendy, say, I want to see you do the icebreaker and attend 90% of the programs. Because I felt if she showed up, she would build trust and she would be able to speak. Now, other employees that were more skilled and more out there, even training and facilitating, they might be asked to do 3 formal presentations in 6 months and hold maybe 8 or 10 other roles in a meeting as well as, so I might expand that. So that's where our liaisons out of our leadership also can now help HR and our managers, supervisors when they're trying to set that criteria for their employees. So we have to think about that ahead of time. Any questions? Good to go? Next page. The curriculum is online, and I've mentioned this again before. Are there any access issues to resolve in-house, and how will employees get access to the curriculum? So we might have to, and I had to do this in our corporation, I had to get the security wall removed for access to Toastmasters curriculum for our participants. So that became an internal structure. So when we brought in new participants, we had to send that notification to the IT department so that could be removed and give them access. So it's one of those processes we have to manage when we're in the corporation because they won't think of it. But it's our program and we have to make sure that we've got that delivery set up. David, this person can become the sponsor, one of 2. Can you tell us what you're talking about?
Yeah, the person within the corporation, when they
champion?
are vested, for the champion, when they're vested, sometimes they can actually be one of the 2 sponsors.
Yes, they can. And I tend not to make them one of them because I need 4 strong people to train 25 to 30 people that know nothing. So I need a strong presence there. But absolutely, they probably won't be getting credit, but and be useful in terms of training those people. But they, for sure. Just my mindset. I know that we did a corporate Toastmasters program not too long ago, last year in a university setting, and we had 25 people that knew absolutely nothing. They didn't know how to be a timer. They didn't know how to call a meeting to order or a training session. And I'll tell you, it was heavy lifting. I was a mentor. We had 2 sponsors that were not very reliable. And the 2 mentors, we were exhausted because we were mentoring on outside of these meetings. We were mentoring these people on every single role. And we were putting brand new people in and getting people to come in and model how to be a grammarian. And it was super intense. I actually, I'll be very transparent. I resented the lack of involvement and carrying the heavy load by our sponsors.
Okay.
I resented it. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I had somebody within an organization where I started a club at an engineering company, and they actually preferred to have someone on the inside that was the connection to the to our organization. So they actually requested that she be a sponsor, and she was a decision maker within the company. She was an executive. So that connection boded well for that particular company. I'm not sure. I'm not saying all sponsors should have one corporate inside person. No, it depends on the corporation. I think. But
And for me, and again, there's no right or wrong answer to this. And I love the fact that you brought this up, David, because it's just a prime example. There's no right or wrong. And we have to adapt with what's what they want, they get. because it's their people and we're just delivering curriculum. We can't get stuck on, this is not how Toastmasters does it. I would tend to call them the champion, but I would have them involved. And then I would have because I don't want to mix up the sponsors from Toastmasters with the internal person. But, you know, and sometimes we get those internal sponsors that have been a Toastmaster in a community club, and that, again, transparency here, they're nightmares because they don't get the corporate approach and they keep pushing you off the rails. As you try to create a learning program, they keep trying to create a community club. And they're very difficult as sponsors because they have access and they're changing things. Yeah. So be very selective and careful and make sure everybody's on the same page, that begin as you intend to continue. Make sure everybody, it's like when you're running for an office, you want everybody that speaks represents you. Right? If you're running for a district leadership and Pat's on the floor and she's saying, oh, Nancy will do this. No, yes, Nancy thinks that. Then everybody takes that as the truth and says, Nancy, why do you believe this? Nancy's going, I never even heard of this before. And they say, well, Pat said you did. So make sure your team's unified and all singing from the same song sheet, as the saying goes, because you can really sabotage one another. So determine ahead of time with the corporation, such as meeting times. You want to talk to them. When are the people going to meet? And you want to influence this, that it's during the work days. And I say, when do you do your training for your employees? Do you do it working hours, or do they have to train after school or after work? Do they do their professional development and their training on the weekends? If you train if they say, oh no, we do training in-house during the work day, I say, fabulous. Can we get, say, Tuesday from 2 to 3? And we want to lock it in every week at the same time so our people can plan their work around it, because we're going to be weekly training. Okay, so we want the meeting time. We want to figure out how it's going to be paid. This is right up front, because when we have that information session with the employees, if they ask us to do that, we want the sponsor, not the sponsor, the champion from the corporation to speak there, and them to say, hey, just to let you know, we support Toastmasters. We want you, we're paying and we're holding this on Tuesdays from 2 to 3 during the work hours, and we're monitoring it through our performance review plan. You're going to be held accountable. Attendance will be taken. We see this as valuable and we want to provide the benefits of this. We want them to do this. Then we can do the extra stuff about Toastmasters, but we want them. And then guess what? People line up to get on because they find out the big wig, whoever the corporate sponsor is or corporate champion is saying, hey, we really like this. And they know they're going to get watched. So people want visibility in the corporation. So many people are sitting there going, oh, I could do that. Oh, I could do that if I just had a chance. Well, they've got their chance. Okay. So how to pay enrollment of the people. This has to be discussed with corporations up front, because they have to let their staff know how they're going to get enrolled. I strongly suggest 6-month enrollment period, because a corporation is not interested in sending money to Toastmasters in bits and drabs because Pat wants to join on February 12th. And then Colleen Marie's going to join on March 1st. They're not going to send it like that. So I recommend that they create a wait list. Now, every department's going to be different, so you have to figure it out. But I suggest that they create a wait list, that they put 25 to 30 people in their initial. They last for 6 months, then those people renew. I recommend up to a minimum of 2 years in the program to really get the benefits of it. I say, if people have dropped out in 6 months, then at that renewal period, you can put some people in there. Then you have to send that off with the renewals money, those new members. So you have to walk them through that system, because they're not used to doing that. That's not how we do it. Right? Talk about wait lists. How do you create the wait lists? So those are some things there. Set up check-in meetings with the corporate champion at a minimum of every 3 to 6 months for the Toastmasters representative, the corporate liaison person ideally, and the chief liaison from the program. So we want to meet and look at the status report and exchange. So we want to take the attendance report and the dashboard. So that education progress, because they want to know what's happening. And it also starts to give them people that they'll watch. They'll see that Martha's not showing up. So they can go talk to Martha. We don't have to. It affects the outcome of the program as well and the reputation of our program. So we want to do that administration. Clarify roles and responsibilities from the corporate and Toastmasters perspective so there's no understandings. What is theirs? We bring the curriculum and we'll manage the delivery of it in there. They have to get all the people there. They have to set up the reporting. They have to set up the accountability. We'll support them, but they need to do all those internal structures because they have the learning management system. They have the accountability. They have the way of promoting the program. Okay? So we have to be clear. We also have to be clear of them when it comes to that. Share an example of a learning agreement that they can modify to address the learning objectives between their employees and supervisors. So I provide one of these in my handbook because we created them in my workplaces. Just an example, they can create their own. But you might also find that they'll call on you for some guidelines. What are some reasonable things to expect from people starting out? And so you might be able to build some individual learning plans for individuals. You might say, oh, here's for somebody that's just starting with minimal skills, or just maybe graduate the level of involvement for them, then they can pick one that would work for them. Also, a corporate policy. Again, I've written this in my handbook, an example of a policy. It was very simple, but the purpose of the policy was to ensure that all the participants in that that all the employees in that corporation could have access to this training program, because we have haves and have-nots in corporate world all the time. If you've got a supervisor that's not supportive, is not a learner, doesn't like their staff going off to learn, says it's a waste of time, those employees won't get access. Where if they come in my department, I'm sending people out all the time to go to training because I think that keeps them engaged and relevant and excited and informed. But when we have a corporation-wide policy of how you access the training, then the supervisors and managers can't be the roadblock. The employees could apply and then have to go back, but would get support to. And that also is impacted by who holds the training money in the corporation. So you have to hold that. As if supervisors and managers are holding the training money, how does that work? So again, it's a place to be curious. Okay. But if they have a policy that clarifies time, money, support, recognition, and empowers those supervisors to support the employees. You want to ensure clarity on two important issues of time for the training. Again, you'll see I've got a theme here because it keeps coming up, but money, time and money. And in the money, you want to know, are they paying upfront? Are they, is the corporation paying? Do they want the employee to pay and they'll reimburse upon successful completion, which is a model that's very out there. This is really important, again, to figure out what successful completion is. Because in 6 months, your employee is going to try and claim reimbursement and they're going to go, well, what did you do? So now you have to have taken attendance and that progress report. And it has to have been articulated up front so you could prove successful completion. What are other things that might be on this whole realm? Okay, I'm going to go through on page 6, transferable skills and knowledge that corporations look for. Oh, Mary. Yes.
I just wanted to mention with the number of corporate clubs that I've worked with, there was an issue with the employees being able to access the Toastmasters website with the pathways, with the program being online. During the workday, they weren't able to access the site or the district site, which is where
Yeah.
the events were promoted, and needed to work with that corporation to get approval for those sites to
Mhm.
not be blocked as
Yeah.
unapproved or forbidden sites. And it took a little bit of discussion to do that, but that's something you
Yeah.
want to think about up front.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they get those firewalls and you can't get through them. Yeah. And you have to get them removed, and usually at the corporate level. So, you know, I mentioned earlier that you need to report to IT if you've got an agreement there, through the HR department who's ever enrolling these people. They have to then let IT know that, hey, these people need access because they're coming onto the program, and these people have left, right? You want them off as well. So transferable skills, and thank you for that feedback, and knowledge that corporations look for. These are the things that I've mentioned throughout my conversations with you, but these are the things when they say, well, what actually do you cover in your training? And I talk about teamwork. These are just transferable. They go everywhere. Teamwork, feedback skills, critical listening and thinking skills, leadership training, meeting management skills. And I know somebody mentioned that in the chat earlier. Those meeting management skills are really highly desirable in a workplace. You get somebody that can run a meeting and put an agenda together. They're like, oh boy, you've got a full-time job leading meetings and putting agendas together and running them on time. Yeah. Dan says in Canada, there federal money for corporations for training that requires certification. So it's important to decide. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So those are all things in that environment. So that might be something to add on the other items on the bottom of page 5 to check if there's a certification. And so how is that going to be determined? So meeting management skills, accountability, which we talked about, presentation skills, which we discussed before, formal, informal, impromptu, and interpersonal, organizational skills, the management skills, which we've touched on, setting and managing goals, time management. The fact that we do everything that's timed in Toastmasters, look at Nancy there with her yellow timing light on and pushing me on, like I'm managing my time because Nancy's my winger and she's supporting me saying, hey, we're in yellow, girlfriend. So, you know, we learn that, we're trained, and it's not offensive, it's supportive. So it's great. So you might think of other transferable skills. Any come to the top of your head that I've missed here on my list? I don't have to have had them all for sure. Okay, if you go through your notes and you think of something, add it there so that you can talk to it, because they want to know. They don't want to know what we're going to do. They want to know what the skills are. What are the benefits going to be for them? Quickly now, the last part, I want to talk about a demonstration or information meeting. How many of you have been part of a demo team or an information session team? Okay, fantastic. So you'll have lots to add to this perhaps. You want to make sure what the purpose of the session is. Talk to the corporation and make sure that you're on the same page. What is the agenda? You've got to figure out based on what the purpose is, what is on the agenda. Do not make it long. Do not make it complex. Do not make it fluffy. Make it business to the point. Figure out how many people that you need in your demo team or your information session team. I use Rick Furbush, And the second bottom line says, consider viewing a great model on YouTube by Rick Furbush. Rick Furbush is a past district governor as well as a past region advisor. On YouTube, Rick Furbush demonstrates how to run what I call a great demonstration or information session using as small as 2 people. I don't ever take a team into a corporation to do a demo or information meeting. The most I'll take is 3 people. I don't want us to look like a band of merry, gentle souls arriving. I want to come in and we're professional. I mean, when we see representatives from organizations, the most we would get at a group meeting would be 2 or 3 representatives. Otherwise, it's overkill. Don't they know what they're talking about? So think about that. We don't want to. So anyway, how many people do you want or need? For me, maximum 3, usually 2. Why would you invite a speaker or guest from the corporation? Well, as I mentioned, this is a time to invite the corporate champion if they're available and if they've decided ahead of time all these things and they're supporting the program. This is a bonus. I love when I'm doing a demonstration or an information session and I go to the corporation and say, would our corporate champion be willing to open up the meeting and take 5 minutes on the agenda? 5 minutes, long time in 60-minute session, but I want them there because I want them to say, here's all the things that we're going to do for you and we value it. That is worth a lot. So think about who can be there if you've got somebody from the corporation who is credible and can say these things. Get the work done so that they can announce it. How do you involve the audience? Well, how do you involve the audience when you do a demonstration or an information meeting?
Table topics, questions.
Yep, absolutely. Table topics. I also, so I have somebody that does table topics when they come with me. If I'm the chair, and then I have a table topics person. They might also, if I've only got the 2 of us, they might also be the speaker. And I have a 7-minute speech presented, and I don't have an evaluator because I've got all those people in the audience. And I ask them, could I have 3 volunteers or 4 volunteers to provide feedback? What did you love about this presentation? And I get them to do evaluation. And then at the end, and then I say, could I have 3 people or 4 people to give suggestions of what you would like to see differently done in this presentation, and let them do the evaluation. And then I say, congratulations, everybody, cheer. They've just done their first Toastmasters feedback session. That's how it works. And they experience it. Rick Furbush describes this. So, and then after that, it's calling for the question, right? So that's how I would involve the audience, get them to do the evaluation or feedback to the speaker, as well as do the table topics. And how do you set them up to do table topics? There's a number of different ways you might get them to, you might just ask a generic question, what are you most proud of? Or you might get them to, I like to do, if we're in person, I like to get them to write what they're most proud of on a recipe card when they come in the room. And then I just shuffle them and I draw it out and I say, okay, the first speaker is the person who is, and I read it and I ask them to stand up and I say, you've got 30 to 45 seconds. And then I get them to speak on that, what they've bragged about. Rick Furbush is F-U-R-B-U-S-H. Yeah, David, another question is, write down one thing we may not know about you. Absolutely. Yeah. So whatever is a broad question that could be applied to anybody in a corporation, regardless of what level they're at, would be great. Who's your preferred audience? I prefer my first one to be supervisors and managers. If they say, well, are we doing this information session for employees? And my first response is, I would love to do it for the supervisors and managers first. I want them to see how they could benefit, but also how their employees could. Now, I've also done it walked into an auditorium of 250 employees and done them. But do you get the buy-in from the supervisors and managers? They can sometimes be that barrier. So my first target is supervisors and managers, and then I would love to do an information session after that for their employees, if you get to do it. That's the ideal. How much time do you want? Maximum an hour. You're in and out. They won't give you more, in my experience. So don't forget the last line, to close the sale. Ask for the sale. Ask them what else they need to make a decision. Follow up with whoever's there representing the organization. Set up a follow-up meeting. Do not leave it to them. Say, can I contact you tomorrow? What time would be good? If you've done that, you get in that door. Do not throw all the work away by just not asking to be back in there. Set up a follow-up date and with who, and collect the names. If it's the employees now and the supervisors have been through and they're going, yes, 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 have application forms available online or in person. Have application form. Take names and numbers. Don't let them escape. And then collect them and contact the corporation so they know what's happening with those people and who's put their names forward, because they'll be approving who's going to go in. And you might even be able to get somebody in the corporation to collect those, not us. And then they're involved, again, managing their employees, because sometimes employees are banned from training because they've been supposedly training and not showing up. So we don't know the inside workings of all those things. So we can again rely on the corporation. We're not saying all these people are in. They will say who's coming in. Okay, we're on red, and Nancy, thank you for that. Any last comments or questions on this marathon? No, if not, I'll turn it over to Colleen Marie and she can call a break.
Well, thank you again, Pat. And so it is 11:50. We'll take a 10-minute break. So we will be back in 10 minutes, which will be 12 noon Central Time.
Well, thank you everyone for coming back, and we're on the home stretch. And this section I believe won't take as long, because as I said at the very beginning of our sessions, there is repetition, because if you put things in place at the beginning and as you're formulating, it builds sustainability. So some of this is going to be review, but it's reinforcement as well. And it's for you if you're thinking, oh, we've got a club and how can we rebuild it or make it stronger or a Toastmaster program inside. So it's often going back to the very beginning and starting over as if you were going to recharter it. So you need to go back into the corporation, etc. So we'll look at, again, looking at support required. And most of these you will have already documented in previous pages, but it's as we go on to look at what do we need to actually do to build sustainability. So from not just building it, but these are the elements that create sustainability. So that's why we're articulating this again. I want to check in before we go on in the chat, because there's some interesting comments in here. David shared, yes, my first meeting with Canada Post was with high-level executives and managers. Yes, I know this. And it helped that International Director Kimberly Dick was the CFO for the corporation. Yes, and Kimberly has had great success with her corporation because of her involvement and her passion for creating that learning environment. Absolutely. Also, we have in Canada some of our corporate employers that have a wide stretch corporate wide policy. For example, the Canada Revenue Agency, which is like the IRS in the United States, they have a corporate countrywide policy regarding Toastmasters and the involvement, how they will pay and support people for their involvement and recognition, etc. So there are great examples, whatever country you're in. We know Bank of America has a lot of corporate Toastmasters, and the list is long and plentiful if you go on Toastmasters and look it up. Karen has a question. Would you ever consider doing an in-person demo meeting at a corporate location that does not meet the requirements you mentioned earlier, but the corporation has an online Toastmasters? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, they do their business the way they do their business. And if they think that would be useful, I would absolutely be in there without a hesitation. Let them explain to me how this is going to work, because I want to know when I set my agenda, who my audience is, who's going to attend, how is this going to work, how are we going to do the call to action, who's going to participate and represent the corporation. So the same things I would be doing, but I would be in there in person if they wanted me to do that, because they might do all their training online. And they might just be saying, hey, we're targeting Albuquerque's head office or Albuquerque's sub office, and you're close by. Would you do an on-site? I'm going, yes. What day? Yeah. Remember, I always go back. They know how they do their business. And if they're asking me to do an in-person, somehow they've got that connected to supporting their online. So I would be saying, tell me what the directions are. Who's going to do the process for them? Who's going to be part of this meeting that's going to explain the process that's internal to you? Because I'm not going to do that. I'm not the expert on that. I'll be the expert on the program. You be the expert on the process. So let them do it. Yeah, perfect. Thank you for that. Eugene, very useful. Now I know why some of our corporate clubs failed. Okay, that's good. I love that. Thank you for sharing that, Eugene. That's what it's all about, is identifying what we're not doing, because clubs fail all the time. And it's they were there because there was a need. Is there still a need? And if there is, why aren't they functioning? And what can we do to rebuild them or reset them so that they work? Absolutely. Sandra, love your passion, Pat Johnson, and love all the supporting RA district directors and the district leaders here. Yes, absolutely. One of the things is that when you're passionate about something, it's easy. It's never like the cost is nothing. And I totally acknowledge that unless we have our district leaders informed and involved, this doesn't work, because they need to bring the teams and rally the teams and get the teams trained. And we need a champion in each of our districts to do this as well. Carol, Pat, this is a great presentation, very useful information. I will be sharing the information with my CGD committee members. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. And, you know, if you have questions or anything you want to talk about, things you get stuck, do not suffer in silence. I am available. I have an email. You can get my email easily. Please reach out. I'll gladly be part of your team as an advisor or support or cheerleader, whatever you need. Absolutely. All we want is to build the Toastmasters program strong and viable and sustainable, because I want people around the world to have the benefits that I got from Toastmasters and continue to get. I know many of us here could share stories of our life-changing experiences in Toastmasters. So there we go. Colleen Marie shared my patthetrainer@shaw.ca email address. So feel free. But in your subject line, please put corporate something or other. So we need to have that, because the emails are plentiful. Thank you. Okay, building sustainability. Let's have a look at this. Support required from HR or the learning department. At the beginning of each segment of the program, we need internal promotions stating. And so this is, when I say at the start of each segment of the program, I mean every renewal period. We need to be able to have people talk about the time, the money, the payment, the meeting space, recognition, enrollment. I'll go back. Need to have the time. So when the program's happening, but as well as how much time it's going to take. And do not apologize about that. The money, how much it costs, who's paying. The meeting space, where the meeting's being held, because some people can't access it. Is it online? Is it hybrid? Is it in person? Whereabouts is it? What building is it in? Recognition, that there's going to be recognition. And the enrollment process. And in some cases, corporations have preferred employees. So sometimes they'll say, oh, this term, we're going to take employees from IT because they've got lots of demand, or we're taking from the wait list. If you'd like to join, get on the wait list. So you have to have that conversation. So it's important that HR or the learning department, who is ever running it, that we support them, because they don't know how to do this, and that we let them know these are the things to make available to them. Any questions or comments on that? Okay. The corporation will get materials for promotion and the benefits of the program from, who would they get that from on an ongoing basis? Perhaps a sponsor, perhaps a mentor. Perhaps you've got that corporate liaison at the district level. Hopefully you've got area and division directors who are going in, who are trained and could provide information. And that public relations liaison within the club, in that leader, or within the program, that learning liaison person would have some of that. Because one of the things we have to be very careful is when we allow somebody who isn't knowledgeable about our program trying to sell our program or promote it. They don't know what the benefits are. They don't know what the transferable skills are. They don't understand that we're experiential, that we're no pass or fail. We're a skill building, ongoing training program. So we need to let them know that. Promotion and information is provided to employees as a corporate benefit through which vehicles? Think of the vehicles that we could use to promote inside. That the Toastmasters program could be promoted internally. Yes, Eugene, thank you. Invoicing also. Yes, back to the information. Yeah. So I like to think new employee orientation is very, very powerful. If they have new employee orientation and we get to share it as a benefit. Back to my original Toastmasters program that I put in that IT department, they did new employee orientation and they promoted this as an employee benefit. That's how it was framed. We have an employee benefit called Toastmasters, and we recommend that you take this program. They were upfront about it. And when the VP stands up and says that, that carries some weight. So there was a lot of buy-in. Internal website and intranet, yes, internal newsletters. Wouldn't it be fabulous if once a month or once every 2 months you could do an anecdotal spotlight on one of the members or one of the participants in the learning program? Because they're putting a lot of time into this program as a corporation. Yeah. Listing with other internal training programs. Yes, however they do that, whether it's on the intranet or it's in a training calendar, for sure. Any opportunity there is to find it. MS Teams channel. Yeah, if they use that, for sure. advertise the program in the calendar or however they do their advertisements of programs. We want to find out with the enrollment dates and prerequisites, meaning that there aren't any, which is important because people get, I don't think I'm good enough, or maybe I'm not qualified to go in this. So we need to put, there's no prerequisite. You don't have to have done a presentation. You don't have to be a supervisor. Unless the corporation says, hey, only supervisors can take this year, then you have to put that in. So we want to figure that out. Provide information to supervisors and managers. This is why I say do that first information session to supervisors and managers, so they're able to recommend and support employees in development. They're going to be part of those agreements with the employees that are going to determine successful completion. Oh, you have to give 3 prepared speeches. You have to do 8 other meeting roles. You need to attend 90%. If you're on the leadership team, you have to attend 75% of those meetings. So all that criteria needs to be spelled out. And supervisors and managers, because they're working directly with the employees, we are often called to help with that. So, you know, if I'm doing an information session for supervisors and managers, I might be saying, and there's some specifics when you're holding your employees accountable, and we're happy to have an extra meeting just to sort those out, what those would be. Well, won't deal with them today, but there's components that you want to be measuring. So develop a letter of agreement and expectations to create accountability between partners or parties and to ensure clarity for the reimbursement. So that is what I've been talking about. It's kind of awkwardly phrased here, but that letter of agreement or expectations between the employer and the supervisor, the employee and the supervisor, to ensure what will be reimbursement if they have to do reimbursement, if that's their payment choice. The corporation identifies minimums regarding attendance and participation levels. So we're going to have attendance, but the corporation needs to decide what is their attendance expectation. I recommend 75 plus, because if you're here to learn, then show up to learn. And if you're missing learning opportunities. So I asked my employees 90% because I was out of their way. I wasn't calling them in. I wasn't rebooking them or overbooking them. My commitment was that they show up. And I showed that by saying, it's another matter if they're ill. For me, that's not a no-show. That's an ill. But then you can report that, right? You know that. So you have to have minimums regarding attendance and participation. Okay. Any questions on that? Because we've talked about that a number of times. We're clear. So part of it would be formal presentations, other roles in the meeting, attendance, and as well as if you're on the leadership team within the program, what is your attendance at those leadership meetings? So they'll be having those executive meetings, right? So those leadership meetings, and my expectation was always very high on those. The next line, public recognition within corporation. Finding a way to do that, I would have that conversation with HR, again, ongoing. And these are things that, as I was meeting with the corporate liaison or the learning and training department, these are the things I'm reviewing in my mind before I go in, because I'm going recognition. Have we got all the details of enrollment? Have we got all the details of supporting? Are the agreements in place? All the things that make it happen. So that's why this checklist is here, to remind myself of what all of those are. Determine the intake or enrollment periods so employees can sign up or get waitlisted. Again, I'm reminding them, you need a wait list because we're going to have an intake. They can do it every 3 months. They can do it every 6 months. They can decide, but there's going to be work involved at the corporate level. So I let them decide. I recommend 6 months. But if they say, well, you know, we want 3 months, I go, okay, these are all the things you have to do every 3 months then. So just as long as they understand the impact of their decision, the point being here, so that they've got it. And how are they going to make sure that all their staff knows, hey, we're waitlisting people for this program. We're not just saying, oh, it's full. You know, so they've got to look at that internal process as well to make sure that they've got it in place. Because they may or may not run wait lists for other classes. Project management, they might have a wait list. They might not do wait lists. We did wait lists because then it wasn't people knocking every month going, is there room yet? Can I get into the program? We go, no, we've got you on the wait list. We'll notify you when we're running another program. Okay. The next one, determine how monies will be handled between the corporation, employees, finance, and Toastmasters. So the corporation and or employees, finance department, and Toastmasters International. Again, when we're looking at sustainability, this is often when this goes through the cracks. Clubs, how many clubs this past 6 months that I've been involved with in different districts around the world that fell through the cracks because the money didn't get paid in time and they lose access to their program and they can't get back on. And somebody would phone me and I'd say, well, let me see if I can get you back on, because they don't know where to go and they don't know how to do it. It's a foreign world. I don't even know how to do it well. I have my go-to people say, help, we've got a club that wants to be a club and they're suspended. How do we get them back on? And sometimes advocacy is not easy. It's not always a one conversation. But so make sure that to sustain that somebody's having these conversations with your corporate programs, that they know months in advance that this payment's coming up, because they might need an invoice, they might need a list of the participants, they might be deciding who's now coming on and they're replacing people. So they need lead time to get this. And guess what? Not all corporations do things tomorrow. They'll go, oh, this will take a couple of months. Start way out. And because they might now have new people in their processes also that go, what's this Toastmaster thing? And they put it on their underpile of their pile of work because they don't know how to process it. So start early and keep at it. Set up internal processes for enrollment, renewal, payments or reimbursement, submission of education completions. They have to know how to do that. And recognition. The other ones would be some kind of communication between the district, the corporation, the liaisons or the leaders in the program with Toastmasters or with area and division or district. Corporation needs to be clear on the length of participation. Like Jan, why isn't Jan graduated? She's been there for 2 years. They're waiting for us to kick her out. I'm waiting for them to not pay for her anymore, right? So, communication. And then sometimes, again, as I said, preferred employees. We need to keep bringing that forward. All these are items that will help our club be, our Toastmasters corporate programs be successful and sustainable. If we go back, to step back from this a moment, these are steps to fill the gaps, because Toastmasters in the corporate world historically, in what I've gathered, have been unsuccessful or fail because lack of enrollment, So we get them to get the people there, right? Lack of participation, we hold them accountable through their supervisors, who are often the obstacle of why they're not attending. We let them know what it costs up front. We give recognition, because then they get some acknowledgement. We get them during work hours, so time is not a factor. And so when you build accountability, the supervisors, managers buy in, you've got acknowledgement and recognition by the corporation, you've got a motivation to be involved and to perform, because you recognize that your report is going to a VP or a CEO every 3 to 6 months. There's some heavy duty hitting, so you want to be the star. At least I do. I don't know. David, do you want to be the star if it's going to the corporate? Yeah, I want to be at the top of the list. They're going, whoa, look at her.
Absolutely.
You should look at her. And so when you show up for an interview, they're going, oh, you're that girl. Oh, you're that guy. Do we want to be that person? So those are things to look at. The other thing is that they often suffer because of isolation. Corporate programs suffer because of isolation. The area directors can't get in. The division directors can't get in. That's why we have to have that conversation up front, how you're part of a hierarchical learning, and there's going to be people coming here in their learning process, right? And that's why I say mandatory leadership training. You have to go to the training if you're going to be a leader in the program, and that it's strongly suggested that they're at area, division, district, international as best that they can. For sure that they're participating in area, division events, and ideally, because the other thing that happens is that they've got proxies. We have to explain to them about proxies, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. But they don't know what to do with these things, and that's a district level involvement as well as an international level involvement. So that's where we go. Okay, let me see what we've got in the chat here. Colleen Marie, some companies give Toastmasters group a dedicated page on the corporate website. Okay, I love it. I'll take that. David, this is why the demo team should be small, not to overwhelm or intimidate participants. They might think, oh, I could never be that good. Oh, exactly. Yeah, you don't want the world champion of public speaking doing your speech that day. You want somebody that's, when you're giving feedback, they can actually suggest to that person how they could improve. Although most of us have suggestions for world champions as well, so but they might not, right? You want somebody that's in the program, working the program, demonstrating the program, might be working, and they want to do a pathways presentation. So that might be a speech to research and present or get feedback for. And so we want them to be benefiting from it. So Allie, I have a question. I went and did a demo at Corporate Place, and when I told them after the meeting that this was the cost to be a Toastmaster, their hands went down. So how to encourage them to keep their hands up and have a club at their corporation with this inflation? Toastmasters is inexpensive. It's really expensive in other parts of the world, but this part of the world, it is inexpensive. If they think they do not understand the benefits, if they think it's expensive. I would say if they said that to me, I would say, let's talk. Tell me how much you pay for somebody to go and sit in a 3-hour training program where they build no skills. And they would have a number, because there's a number per bums and seats. It's very inexpensive that they pay $100 for an employee to sit for half a day in a training program. I'd say, what if you took that $100 and applied it to that employee to actually build skills for a year? So we have to paint them the picture. When they say it's too expensive, they don't understand the benefits. I love when they go there because I can hardly wait. I'm going, ooh, I know the value. You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay Toastmasters enough money for the benefits that we get. So, Ali, I hope that helps. I'd have bigger conversation with them. It sounds to me like here that when the hands went down, it was the employees, and I would be going back to the corporation and asking the corporation to pay or do reimbursement upon successful completion so that they're actually supporting their employees and being a partner with their employees. Because that's what corporate programs is about, not a Toastmasters club inside a corporation, meeting in a corporation where the employees have to do everything. But when the corporation actually partners with their employees, that is the benefit. That the money is, if the employees have to pay up front and they get reimbursed, that's a support from the corporation. And it's holding the employees accountable as well. So I think that's a great partnership. Karen says, so Ali, does that help? Let me check in with you.
A lot, thank you.
Ali, does that help you?
Yes, that really helped. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Karen says, have you ever thought of membership in Toastmasters similar to other professional memberships? No, because I find that very confusing. I don't talk about membership. Never. In the corporations where I work, membership is seen to, oh, you've got a PMP, so now you belong to the PMP Institute of Project Management, right? And that doesn't mean education. Membership is not education. I'm here, I'm qualified, let me relax. I'll talk to my colleagues. We're an education organization only. That's all we were created for. That's the only business we're in, is to train people in communication and leadership. So no, if they say, oh, it's like a membership, I go, no, absolutely not. We're like a university or a college. We're an education organization. People are students here. They come to learn. When they've learned what they want, they leave. Sometimes they'll get halfway through their career and say, oh my goodness, I need to go back. They'll come back. They'll be repeat customers because they'll go, I got stuck. There was a member in my home club for years. She was super skilled, fantastic. Her name was Robin. She was absolutely brilliant. She was a radio announcer, and she just shook. She visibly shook like this when she presented. She was a wreck. She would get that managed, and she would come back to Toastmasters, pay about a year, 18 months. She's a long-term member. And she would go, I'm good. And away she'd go. About a year later, she'd be back just like this. And she'd go, I got to come get tuned up again. And she'd come back and work on her confidence. And away she'd go out in the real world again. She'd drop her membership, and then she'd be back again. And we just always marked her in 18 months at least. Robin's going to be back, and she always was. So repeat customers are good. Satisfied customers come back. Yeah. So I don't ever worry about retention. If our product in our club, if we're delivering the product that we say that we deliver, we don't have to worry about retention because customers will be knocking down our doors to get in. Our concern is to make sure that the product is what we advertise it is. And that's why when we build these partnerships with corporations or build community clubs, that we have to hold them accountable. We have to say to them, we have to have the hard conversation that we learn in Toastmasters. Hey, the minimum membership is 20. Come on. How can I support you in getting up to 20? What do we have to do? Let's change that mindset. Let's get busy. Let's get some skills. Let's do something different. Be bold, because we got to deliver on our promises. That's our integrity. as an organization and as individuals and as leaders. Anyway, off that soapbox. Marcy or Maria. Maria, you have your hand up.
Sorry, trying to come off mute here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Our club was chartered in December, and we've kind of been using the model of it as a professional organization and association, because our company reimburses up to 2 of those annual memberships yearly. Would you advise maybe changing that paradigm or strategy or approach?
Well, again, back to the whole thing of each organization functions differently, and we go with what works for them. If that's how your employees get reimbursed for education, then I would leave it as it is. If it's not being recognized as education internally, your challenge is to take it from that paradigm there over into training and learning and seeing if they'll pay for it there. Whether that's worth it, that's a call you have to make. And that's what I would be weighing. That you might not be able to efficiently and effectively transfer it over. My question is, who recruits your employees for that membership in this situation? Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yes, but
So-
based on today's meeting, I definitely want to change that to get HR, obviously, and learning and development more involved.
Yeah, so if they say, well, you're a professional membership over here, we don't do that, then you might have to give up that to go over here. So that's what you would have to work out. Do you stay there because you get paid and you're going to stay as a community club recruiting and doing it all like a community? Or are you going to go and build that interdependent relationship between Toastmasters and the corporation? Because they have to be willing to come to the table also and take on those responsibilities. And while they've got a taste of just giving you money, they might be going, no, we're not taking on that. So if they're willing to come, I'd reset it over to a corporate program. But if they're not, hey, you've got something that's working at least for the money and the reimbursement. So that is something to support. But I wouldn't call, for me, that wouldn't be a corporate. That would be a community club that meets in a corporation, because I don't know. That's how I would split the hairs on that, but that's not an important part.
I got you. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, great. Thanks for raising that. Colleen Marie, it is dirt cheap compared to other professional development programs. I know how much it costs for a master's in leadership. And my Toastmaster didn't cost me anything near that. And I've got way more than my friends who took masters in leadership. Way more. Could skate circles around them to some degree, not bragging, but just practicality. They've got a lot of book learning, but we've got a lot. Yes, Mary, we're always going to compare it to Starbucks. Yes, thank you. Allie, yes, the employees' hands went down and your response, is helpful. Okay, thank you, Allie, appreciate it. Do you ever tie reimbursements to education awards? I don't, because it's self-paced, but some organizations have internal incentives, which I don't disagree with. For example, I know some organizations that pay $1,000 for a Distinguished Toastmaster Award. I'll support that. If they're paying me to go and they're going to give me $1,000 bonus when I get my Distinguished Toastmaster, you got it. So I don't see anything wrong with that. I wouldn't tie reimbursement to education. I would tie reimbursement to successful completion, because we would, we can do 2 years to get, say, 2 paths done, depending on how you're lined up in a corporate program to get on the speaking. That would be a long time to wait for reimbursement for people and for the corporation to maintain that. So a lot of moving parts in between. education awards is too inflexible for me. And I would think, yeah, I think there's a challenge in defining what that reimbursement will be for each of those individuals. But I think for me, that's the way to go. Say, if you could develop a, you know, this is for beginners, this is for more advanced, you know, how to do that. Colleen Marie, Toastmasters helps employees be more effective in their current roles and sets the stage for future roles in the organization, which is a win-win. Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many examples of that. People, we have testimonies of people all over the corporate worlds who have, myself included, my career, as I was going up in Toastmasters, my career was going right parallel with my Toastmasters. You know, I was hired in a role, and within a year I had 3 promotions. But I was an international director, and I ran for the board, and I had these things going on. And what I found was that things we were discussing at the board level and at the executive level were the very same things my organization was involved in. So I was now called into organizational development meetings, because I had a different perspective that I was gaining from sitting in those executive meetings at Toastmasters. And so everybody's going, how come you know so much about this? And I go, because I'm reading and studying this, and I'm also doing this in my Toastmasters. So I've got practical application. I know if you do this, this doesn't work, and this would work. So they're going, oh boy. So up, because they're going, oh, we got a vacancy here. Would you take this? Or would you take this responsibility? And I was going, yep, that's what I'm going to do. So it finds you when we work on our skills and we're visible and people see it, our opportunities come to us for sure. So absolutely. Okay, so back on track here. Expectations from Toastmasters International. We have expectations, and they have expectations from us, and we have to deliver. We have to figure out where they come from, because sometimes those expectations have to be met by world headquarters. So for example, how do we do funding with this corporation? We have to get that sorted out with TI. And the district is often the person that needs to do that. Do they need an invoice? Do we need to generate an invoice? Do we have to notify them in advance? What is that? How are we managing those relationships? But when we look at program sponsor, must be willing to support the corporate program for a minimum of 6 months, preferably 1 year. So when we put a program, a Toastmaster sponsor into a corporate program, I personally tell them they're staying for a year minimum, because we've got 25 new people that don't know anything. I need 4 people minimum in there working and slogging, because it's a big job. I want that sponsor there for a year. But they, in practice, they need to be there for 6 months. But I ask them for a year, especially in corporate. Okay. Program mentors must be willing to support the corporate program for a minimum 1 year at least. And many of us stay much longer, because guess what? You've got renewals, and you don't know what's going to happen in renewals. You could get 6 or 8 new people. Now you got yearlings, you got baby yearlings in that Toastmasters, or in the number of 20. And now you got brand new babies of 8 in number. And who's going to support all these people? So really look at those sponsors and mentors when they're putting in. They've got to be willing to be there. Because again, they don't have a lot of, the corporate programs don't always have that external influence coming in. They're not going to have division and area directors arriving on a frequent basis. They're not going to have visitors from outside clubs dropping in. There's often restrictions to access those clubs or those programs. So look at that. Area directors and division directors, as well as sponsors, mentors, and district team members, must be trained and able to support. So the whole list: area, division directors, sponsors, mentors, and district team members must be trained and able to support. Again, if you can call people from the district when you need an evaluator or you need somebody to demonstrate grammarian or some of the roles, or they're coming in to do an education session, they have to know the context of that environment. They can't go in and start talking about your club. People are looking around going, this person doesn't know us. You've lost credibility. So again, it's our language betrays us, and it destroys our credibility. On the home stretch, last page. Why is this time commitment critical to the sustainability of the Toastmasters programs? And I'm talking about the sponsors and the mentors and the people supporting this. What all has to be taught in this? Just think of the various things that we've got. 25 new Toastmasters, and they're in their first cycle going through Toastmasters. What are all the things that happen during that Toastmasters year that will cause this Toastmasters group to fall through the cracks? Renewals, payments, first one. That renewal cycle. The fact that every 6 months this is going to come around and bite you, and you're going to fall through the cracks if you ignore it. And we know over and over again, even invoices that get ignored, that it's not time sensitive to them unless we make it time sensitive. They go, oh, we'll pay that. Invoices, they'll get paid. Well, this one's time sensitive. Proxies, very confusing when the district sends a proxy to a group of people that go, proxy? What's a proxy? What am I supposed to do with this? And the first thing they do is hit delete. They go, it must be for somebody else. And then the district phones up and says, have you assigned your proxy? And they're going, assigned a proxy? And if they haven't been part of any kind of organization that has proxies, they don't even know what you're talking about. So we have to let them know that, hey, you get to vote. You get to elect leaders. You get to vote on what happens in the Toastmasters organization. That's part of your responsibility. And your informative quest is to figure out how to do that. Then international comes along, and that's really bizarre because they don't even know anybody that's ever gone to that or that they can talk to about it. And they've got a list of people that, who's this? Somebody from Malaysia? I'm supposed to vote for somebody in Malaysia? This is why we need people in these clubs to help them understand proxies. There's an election process that we have annually within our own Toastmasters program. And they just have, and it says in our policies that your president can't be president 2 years in a row. And they're going, oh, Colleen Marie will be president again this year. And Colleen Marie's going, yeah, I'll be president. I'll be president. I'll be the chief liaison. No, you can't be. Oh, yes, I can. My supervisor says I can be. See how confusing it is? So elections, we have to help them with elections for that annual basis. Critical success factors of the program. They need to know what the goals are and how they're being measured and how our recognition program works. They might do their success plan as a leadership team and not even share it with the rest of the people. If those people disappear, there's no awareness of that. There's no sustainability of that knowledge. So that's confusing. That's an annual thing. And if they don't do a status report within their meetings, which I strongly suggest, here's where we are with our goals. If they don't do that, the majority of members, 21 of the 28, don't even know it exists. So we have to be there for that. Submission of achievements to Toastmasters International for recognition. It doesn't automatically end up at TI. There's bridges to build, and they're complex bridges sometimes, depending on how you track your data. So how do they submit achievements to Toastmasters for recognition? Do they even do it? That's why we need sponsors and mentors and other people there to support them over time. keeping that relationship with the corporate champion alive and making sure that if the champion is leaving, the champion passes the baton to someone else. The responsibility of the Toastmaster, that they actually remember that they are responsible internally for the Toastmasters program. And to keep that accountability between the corporation and Toastmasters International alive and well. Also, supporting training. We have to let them know that, hey, leadership training's coming up. It's mandatory for your leaders, and other people are welcome to come if they'd like to prepare to be a leader. Somebody has to do that. They're not going to know how to do that. They're not going to know that that's happening. Not if they get an email. That won't help them understand it. They want to have conversation around it. And then there's the whole global understanding of Toastmasters, that they belong to an organization that's in 140 plus countries of the world, that you can stand on the world stage as a speaker or a leader if you choose to do so. That gets forgotten because what happens is the walls of Toastmasters collapses and we become this insular club or Toastmaster program inside a corporation, and nothing permeates those walls. And then we shrivel up and die because we've lost all the benefits. Personally, I wouldn't be in Toastmasters if I didn't discover that there was an area director role or area governor at the time. I would have left out of boredom. I'm not going to listen to table topics every week and think that's exciting. I'm sorry. It's just me. And so I would have left. But because somebody said, would you be? And I go, sure, what is that? And I know many area directors that have done the very same thing. Then we're engaged because we knew. And then I discovered the district team, and I discovered the district council, and then I discovered more education, and then I discovered international convention. I've been going to international conventions since the 80s because all my team around me was going. And I went, oh my gosh. And when I went in 87 or 88, I forget, Chicago, I went, oh my gosh, I'll never miss one of these. And so I've never missed one of these. Because it was my injection of enthusiasm and direction and power fuel for the rest of the year. That's what our corporation programs need as well. They need that injection, fuel injection. Other things that you can think of in that category. Ooh, I've got 11 messages I haven't looked at. Sorry, folks. Make HR your best friend. Ooh, so true about doors opening when you learn and grow. Yeah. The key to success is building meaningful relationships with the club and organize. It really is. If you have a friendship, think of any relationship. If your friend drops you, how many times do you reach out until you say, well, I guess it's over? Right? Every relationship's fragile, and between Toastmasters and a corporation is very fragile. How to perform the meeting roles? Yes, 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 absolutely. A great one, Mary. We have to teach them it's sustainability, how to perform those meeting roles. Yeah, election of officers, perfect. Not doing projects, yes, figuring out projects. All the details of the Toastmasters program and curriculum. They might want to see somebody do these. Demonstrate a icebreaker when they're all lined up to do their icebreakers. Absolutely. Important for VPEs to help people figure out how they can fit their corporate projects into Pathways projects. Yeah, and there's a lot of possibilities there. I even think that there's a role up at the front as sponsors and mentors, or even the person that's meeting with the corporation, is to recommend certain pathways based on their environment or their culture. You might say, oh, this one would be really relevant. This would be a recommendation I'd make. You might pick 3 or 4 that you would recommend for that organization to pick as their first corporate focuses to be for Pathways, because it would be immediate relevance for them. Presentation mastery would probably be one that I would have them all choose. And then because they're going to, I think, gravitate towards the leadership ones, but they might get off track. So you want to be there to guide them. Yeah. When I became an area director, I saw the beauty of Toastmasters. There's a place at the table for everyone. Very few organizations have that. Yes, we do. We do that. This year, International Convention is Anaheim from August 13th to the 16th. Please attend in person or online. Please come in person so I can meet you. And Lark wants to meet you also, as does Colleen Marie. We all want to meet one another. Please come in person. Please, please. It's a different experience. Yeah. Okay. So back to the agenda. Ensure that the agenda. Yay, Sandra, in person. Yay, me too. I'm enrolled. Look forward to it. Ensure the agenda contains. Now, I did a mock agenda in the back of my book because I found there was a bunch of frivolous. I cleaned up the agenda and said, what could I present to a CEO that they would say, this is a great learning program. This is the agenda for the program for an hour. Most of them would say, you can accomplish all that in an hour. So I take a whole bunch of stuff out because I say, what would look good in any training program? Not Toastmasters meeting, different context, way over here, Toastmasters program. I only have items relevant to the corporate environment. So I question, do we have, well, I don't have a pledge. That the United States does that. Nobody else does that. We don't do pledge in a training program. We don't have prayer in a training program. Nobody prays before we do training at work. I question, do we do humor? So this is a question mark because some want it and some don't do it. Most of the corporates that I go to don't do it because they don't tell jokes because they're worried. And I've been in some, back when I was in Galveston a few weeks ago, somebody told a joke, brand new member, and it was very inappropriate. And they had to have a conversation with this brand new employee after the meeting because it was like, I wouldn't say that at a party, never mind a toast, but he laughed. Nobody else did. So there was a conversation. Is humor, does it work? Is there a transferable skill there? I look at, we want presentation practice and we want impromptu practice and we want evaluation. Those are the main things that we're selling. I want to also, I add an education component. I put an education session in every single meeting that I go to. My home club has this. We have 3 minutes of education. It's a slot on our agenda because every week we learn something from somebody who's taken on education. Sometimes it's about pathways. Sometimes it's about something they could learn at a convention, or sometimes they use it to promote the district conference if they're going. Sometimes it's about reminding to build how to put a title on your speech. Sometimes it's how to build a speech, like build your body first, then put your opening in your conclusion, or your conclusion in your opening. There's all kinds of practical. You've got 3 minutes in my home club in an hour's meeting to do education. I put that in the corporate because that always gives us an opportunity to present. It might be about the leadership roles. It might be about how to write your speech. It might be vocal variety. It might be how to introduce somebody. All those things that are in the Better Speakers, Better Club series, we can bring them all in and use them for those education moments. But they don't know that unless we bring them and show them. So that's the agenda. I really clean the agenda up and make it quick. How many people go to an hour-long meeting? Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. We want those crisp, concise agendas in the corporate world because they're in and out for work purposes and on target. Keep it quick and exciting, and people will keep coming. And we want them to walk away going, oh, I didn't know that. I learned something today. Provide draft copies of the learning agreements and the corporate policies again. So just a reinforcement of that. Additional items to ensure that are in place for sustainability. If there are difficulties with the program, it is first the concern of the corporation in partnership with Toastmasters International. So sometimes they've dropped the ball. We have to work with them to get it on, but it's their responsibility. And sometimes they'll say, hey, we don't have there's not enough interest to keep it going. I'd say, well, could we talk about where we could find that interest? I'm not willing to just say, okay, but I'm also willing to accept that there's no longer interest, but I want to have a conversation with them. So maybe your corporate liaison person, somebody that's got a relationship with them. For example, Colleen Marie was involved with a club a number of years ago. She chartered it. She's still got that relationship. She might be that person that has that conversation. Who's ever got that relationship needs to have that, if at all possible, to say, hey, let's have a look at this again. Where was your original need? How's this fallen up? They might not be promoting it internally. They might not be doing their part. So we have to work with them, but it's their responsibility. They're the people that are buying our services. We're the contractor. They're the owner, right? So we can't own it for them. Regular scheduled meetings with stakeholders to discuss attendance and participation with stakeholders. Again, a repeat, but this is in sustainability now. And we need to set that up at the beginning with them. They need this information so that they can continue to support the participants, that they can promote the program, and also have those anecdotal recognition scenarios where, you know, Marg has done 6 presentations within the last 6 months. Like, she's the star performer at the moment. Look at everybody, what she's doing. She's a woman on a mission. So that they can continue providing financial support. So they're looking, every time a budget comes up, they're looking at, where does this money go? What are we getting for it? And they've got to measure that with those attendance, those performance, and saying, hey, we're getting our money's worth. So we're going to continue this. And then that continued room access, the time during work hours, and the support, whether it's money. Again, it all comes back to so many of the basic criteria if we just think about it. And then we need to educate participants and the corporation on the following items to ensure sustainability. And some of this is just clumping it differently. Leadership items. This is the district and international proxies, the election of officers and leaders, the training and the preparation of goals, or that distinguished club plan. Admin items that they're going to be responsible for. So a lot of the leadership items we're responsible for, interestingly enough. A lot of the admin is for them to enroll new participants. Orientation to the curriculum might be ours again. Submission of recognition to TI. So they're going to be doing this. We have to teach them that administrative process. Building the DCP and shared goals, however they do that. And then again, that appropriate fit of mentors and sponsors in a corporate culture. I've seen everything when it comes to sponsors and mentors being assigned. And I think when I was region advisor in Region 10, they made mandatory training for sponsors, mentors, and coaches. It made a difference. A sponsor, you are not qualified to be a sponsor because you raise your hand. What are you sponsoring the people to do? Do you actually know how to solve the problems with them? That's what you are. You're a problem solver and a path creator. And you need to be trained and be knowledgeable to get there and get them there, because you've got 28 people following you, depending on you. So the success of these corporate programs are dependent on the sponsors and mentors being well trained and knowing this. Train them, yes. So I provided an additional sheet after this with blank on it for any ideas that you would like to share. And I'm going to say if we could spend maybe 5 minutes, anybody that wants to share things that you have that have worked for you, that you would like to share. I'm going to finish reading the chat first of all, because everybody puts great ideas in here, and that's often, I mean, it's awesome. Ali said, during corporate work meetings, tell them about Toastmasters. It will get them to think to make one. Also, some managers will tell coworkers to go to Toastmasters after they presented so they can improve it. Yes, they do. How many times we get people referred to community clubs out of corporations because they've done presentations and they go, you're my manager of this department. I can't have you presenting like that. Karen says, I have had a manager bring their whole team for a 6-month period. This can be exciting, but can also leave whole if and when the whole team then leaves. Absolutely. Yeah. You know, one of the things that to consider when they do that is talk to them about doing a speechcraft. If you have capacity, doing a speechcraft on the side instead, because then they have to participate. And it's not going to leave and take up a whole space in your team and then feel that devastation when they all leave. If you have the capacity or can find somebody in your district to do a speechcraft, it might be a way of building more skill with them. But just another aside, not that I'm saying this is not good. I think it's good, but 6 months doesn't get much skill built for them when they're part of a club. But good that they got exposed, absolutely. Ali wrote, the club extension committee assigns club sponsors based on inquiry or applications from members processing. Yeah, I know, because I want a DTM, so I want to be a sponsor because I just have to hang around till it charters. In some cases, in corporate, that could be a week. Not when I'm on watch. I'm a stickler. I'm taking you for a year and you got to be trained. Okay, so then Ali goes on to explain, club sponsor is an experienced Toastmaster with leadership skills, a passion for Toastmasters, and a strong dedication. And some training, depending on if the club is community or corporate, because they won't necessarily fit in both segments. So if it's a community club, figure out if that sponsor is best suited for a community club or best suited for a corporate program. And yeah, the seduction of corporate is that it can be very fast as a sponsor, but for me, it's 1 year commitment. So it balances out when it comes to community. Yeah. Other comments. So thank you for all those comments to think about. Any comments from the group on those ideas or anything else you want to say? Okay, I'll go with David and then Dan.
All right, thanks very much, Pat. Certainly, this summit has provided an opportunity for the necessary basis for building and sustaining corporate clubs, which is awesome. And don't forget, this is an opportunity for personal growth, right? You can challenge your leadership skills when you're getting involved in forming corporate clubs. Are you going to be perfect? No. Don't worry that you're not going to be perfect. It's okay. It's a learning experience. But I think from the information that we've got today from Pat, we're able to make our chances of successful corporate club building goes way up, right? Because now we have the basis for moving forward, understanding our role, understanding the roles of the corporation and the employees and those that make the decisions. So I just wanted to make that comment to the group here today. So we thank you so much for it.
Yeah, thank you, David. I agree. Everything we do in Toastmasters is a learning experience. At least that's how I see it. And as a coach, I will say there's no perfect. That is an illusion. Because as soon as you think you've arrived, somebody moves the markers and says, oh, I think it should be this way. And rightfully so. So if you chase perfection, don't let it get in the way of your progress. Let's keep working at it, but don't expect to arrive. But we could have a philosophical discussion about that. Yes, learning. Here we are, all as students. Dan.
Well, your presentation has been wonderful. I've never sat through 5 hours of continuous internet training and not actually started poking my eye out with a pen or something. But what I wanted to say was that, I mean, in your presentation today sort of relayed this. We're focused on very much on communication and management, but not very much on leadership. And I've tried to. I think we need to apply some of the principles that we use in terms of evaluations, in terms of support to our leadership, because the leadership opportunities exist right up the corporate structure, right? Director, executive director, functional manager, all those things. But we don't really push that very much. Do you think we need to do more in Toastmasters to support that end of it, very much like we do the presentation end of it?
Yep. Absolutely. Yes, we have to sell the whole program. I agree. That's what keeps people engaged, I think, and it's part of the sustainability. When people see that if they're interested in ultimately sitting on a board or anything else, they need to know that in Toastmasters they can do that. They can sit on the club board or the program board, but they can also sit on a district board. They can also sit on an international board. There's the sky's the limit, actually, however they want to manage it. But I think we have to sell the whole program. Ali's written a comment here. How can you keep membership with a corporate club if workers leave the corporation because they got laid off or quit? Sometimes I see corporations allow those members to still participate in that corporate until they're renewed. So they let them stay in and participate. And then what I suggest is that the district, if they know this is happening, if they've got somebody that's involved in those corporate, that they invite them to be part of, or that they transfer over into a community club, or that they look at a corporate club where they're going from there. So there's a bunch of circumstances that could happen. Also, how can they run a full agenda if most corporate clubs meet at lunchtime? Well, first of all, if they're running a training program, they're not running them at noon hour, because all employees by law get a lunch hour. So this is a training program for work. So they're running them from 2 to 3 in the afternoon, or from 10 till 11 in the morning, whatever the case might be. And it's not a lunchtime activity, it's a work activity. A full agenda is absolutely doable in an hour. There's all of us, the majority of us here have been in an hour-long meetings. It's setting the agenda. It's not wasting time. It's being clear, concise of what we're doing when we're there, and everything. It's as much as it's the seconds that count. We have timed with a stopwatch our meetings of how long we waste in meetings waiting for people to get to the lectern. So now we have an internal policy in our club and practice, not a policy, a practice in our club. You must be standing in the wings at the lectern when your name is called. So we're not waiting from you to walk from your seat. So it's all those things that is cleaning up. It's making us conscious and aware of what we do with our time. And it's a hoot. I only love hour-long meetings now. 2-hour-long meetings, I can't do. After 4 decades, I don't do 2-hour meetings. Although I've been with you a long time today. Not a meeting, a session, a learning session. Hopefully, Ali, that helps. The next one, David says, moving the markers. Hey, DDs, how many of you were told to move to the RA program when you're eligible? Yes, moving leadership markers. Okay. A next opportunity. Colleen Marie, the day you think you have arrived is the day you have the biggest lesson to learn of all. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Lark. Golden learning. Mandy, thank you, Pat. Thank you for Colleen Marie for setting up this. Mary Swanson, I've attended club meetings at corporations where they start the meetings at 12:05 and end 55. Yes, to enable get back to the meeting, get back to their desks. You can do a great Toastmasters meeting in 50 minutes. Yes, you have to be prepared and you're not putting the agenda together at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you for Colleen Marie. Okay. Mary, that's the timing that my corporate club uses. Yeah. But if we follow Pat's program, we are training and that lasts an hour. Yes. Also, if the person who provides the meeting space in the corporation quits or gets laid off and now they do not have the space, it's very difficult. No. That's the corporation's problem. This is back to square one. The corporation provides the space and they are responsible for the space. And if we have a corporate champion, that they know. Ali, perhaps is somebody else here from 42? Anybody else here from District 42? Maybe you can get together and have a conversation about the first part of the principles with Ali to make sure Ali understands the whole principle of interdependence learning program from Toastmasters and the corporation. It's not the members doing these things, it is the corporation. Okay.
I'll take it to Ali, Pat. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Carol, thank you. Plan to share it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. David, thank you. Mary, lots. Thank you. Okay, over to you, Colleen Marie. Thank you, everybody, for your longevity. Sustainability.
Thank you again, Pat, and thank you for everyone's participation. So I definitely appreciate it.